Good morning, everyone. We're going to get the meeting started. Welcome to the Tuesday, October 11th Board of Supervisors meeting, and we're going to start this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Jim Holmes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. And we're going to take a couple items out of order this morning because we're very honored to have State Senator Jim Nielsen with us this morning. And Senator Nielsen, I heard you wanted to make a few remarks. Absolutely.
Well, Madam Chair and board members, it's an honor to come and get to say hello to all of you. But I have a special occasion today to recognize with a Senate resolution Mr. Wygant. And this is the Honorable Robert M. Wygant. Now, forgive me, Robert, I don't ever read these darn things. I mean, I read them, personally to proof, so to speak, but when you get to here and go through all of that blah, 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 I don't like to do that. But we do want to recognize you for your service, your long tenure, and we're wishing you good luck and Godspeed. Your leadership years, I track you just a little bit longer, but seven re-elections, that's pretty impressive. Long time serving the people of the county, and you've done a great job. May I give this to you, sir? They know where they want us.
Good luck to you and God bless you.
Well, don't go far, Senator Nielsen, because we had a matter on our agenda today, and that is item number 1 on our agenda, which is a commendation for you. And I do have the pleasure of reading this commendation to you for your service. Whereas Senator Jim Nielsen grew up on a small farm in the San Joaquin Valley and graduated from Fresno State Go Bulldogs with a bachelor's degree in agricultural business. And after college, Jim worked as a ranch foreman and operated the family cattle, field, and row crop ranch. And whereas Jim Nielsen began his political career serving on the Yolo County Republican Committee before first winning election to the California State Senate in 1978, where he served until 1990 and was the Republican leader from 1983 to 1987. And whereas after leaving the state Senate, Jim Nielsen served on the Agriculture Labor Relations Board and in 1992 was appointed to the Board of Parole and Prison Terms, where he served as chairman from 1993 to 2000 before leaving in 2007. And whereas Jim Nielsen returned to elected office in the 2nd District of the California State Assembly, where he served from 2009 to 2012, and whereas Senator Nielsen now represents a portion of Placer County in the California State's 4th Senate District, where he has served admirably since 2013. And whereas Senator Nielsen is considered strong fiscal conservative, an expert on fiscal policy, and was named the lead Republican on state budget issues. And whereas Senator Nielsen continues to serve as a commissioner on the Little Hoover Commission to investigate state government operations and policy. And whereas Placer County is grateful to have worked with Senator Nielsen to address important issues, including water, agriculture, regulation, energy, forest health, et cetera, And whereas Placer County commends Senator Nielsen for his dedication and leadership on behalf of the residents of Placer County. Now therefore, let it be known that the above commendation will be duly passed by the Board of Supervisors in just a moment. So with that, are there any comments any of us would like to make for, I'm sure, Robert, you'd like to start?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Thanks for your great years of service, and trying to think of some things that people might not know. But Jim actually took forward legislation in the state of California when Governor Reagan was governor, and it became actually a foundation for a platform for our Placer County Health and Human Services model, because it provided for a lot of innovation and opportunity to craft something that was more innovative and better model than had been used before. But just been a great representative for us. The fiscal budget stuff has been mentioned, tough on crime, but also innovative as it related to criminal justice reform. So thank you, Jim, for all your years of service, and want to highlight the ag background. That always provides for great public service.
Absolutely, absolutely. Jim?
Yes, Senator Nielsen, I've always appreciated your friendliness and outreach. Anytime I wanted to meet with you, you're available, and I really appreciated that. I know that over the years you've been in the minority in both the Assembly and in the Senate. But one thing I've always thought about you and said many times, when Senator Nielsen speaks, everybody listens. And I appreciate your service over all these years, and I wish you well, and hopefully we can still be in contact. So blessings to you for all the service that you provided for our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes, very much.
And Supervisor Jones?
Senator Nielsen, I want to thank you as well for all of the years that you've been a mentor to me and supported the party and the GOP here in Placer County and the Republican women. You always came when we needed you, and for your service to the state. It's been wonderful working with you. Thank you so much for everything.
Well, members and Madam Chair, it's very special for me, the empathy I have in my heart for what you do, county elected officials. And over the decades, I've represented 19 different California counties.
Wow.
Now, that just means I've been around a long time, I think, and I've been through several redistrictings, and that's where those 19 counties come from. I think I hold the record for more counties than anybody, therefore more cities. But it's been an honor. And I've always had closest to my heart the counties. And the why? Because you have more mandates that you suffer from the state of California and lesser resources than the cities. Now, that's not to diminish the cities at all, but it does emphasize the challenge of your job. And I came in with Prop 13, so that was a very challenging time for the counties. But you've come through it. You've managed the state mandates as best you could, and I've always been a voice for counties, and always will be. So, a pleasure being here with you. Been a delight representing Placer County and having an office in Roseville. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Don't leave quite yet. We need a motion to approve this resolution. Okay, Supervisor Jones, Supervisor Wygant, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll all come down and take a picture with you. if
Let's
that's
do,
okay.
please. There we go, man. Thank you. Madam Chair, this is great.
Thank you. Okay.
Here we go, right? 1, 2, 3.
Usually she gets one good.
1, 2, 3.
Very good.
Thank you.
Highlight of my career. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go back to our regular agenda items, and we'll start with consent agenda. Do any members of the board wish to pull anything from consent calendar? Okay, I have one I'd like to pull, and that's item 24A. Otherwise, do I have a motion to approve? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. And we might have public here that want to speak to a consent calendar. Sorry, was getting ahead of myself.
Mr. Garabedian, what item would you like to have removed from consent?
Good morning, Supervisors. Mike Garabedian, Placer County tomorrow. Two items on consent, the first and last items. The first one is 17A, the budget, and the last one is item 32B1. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, is there any public here that would like to remove any items from consent calendar? Okay, with that, Jim? Okay. Supervisor Holmes, Supervisor Jones on the second, and then this is a roll call, Megan?
Supervisor Gore absent. Wygant? Holmes?
Yes.
Jones? Gustafson?
Yes. Okay, we'll go to 17A. This is auditor's item, final budgetary schedules and final appropriations limits for 2022-23.
And Andy Sisk is on.
Good morning, Andy.
Good morning, Chairwoman Gustafson, members of the board. So item 17A is bringing the final budgetary schedules for fiscal 21-22 that are required per the state controller's office. And that is what is up for your submission along with the final appropriations limits that have been calculated for the budget for fiscal 22-23. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the public may have.
Thank you, Andy. Board members, any questions? I didn't believe so. So, Mr. Garabedian, would you provide us your comment on this item?
Well, my request was for an explanation. Obviously, I didn't expect an explanation for each of the 400 pages on the agenda, but at least we had a bit of an introduction there. I don't know if any more could be fleshed out, but thank you for that much.
Okay.
Yep. What I can add, Chairwoman Gustafson, is that basically this is a bridge between what was adopted in June by the Board of Supervisors, and essentially what has changed is the true-up of fund balance. So back in June, the fund balance for all the funds was an estimate, and now we're bringing forward these budgetary schedules to reflect the actual fund balance at the end of the fiscal year, after we performed all of our post-closing activities during the months of July and August.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sisk. I don't think the board has any other questions. I'd accept a motion. Motion Holmes, second Jones. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. We'll move on then to item 24A. I asked for this item to be pulled regarding our offices, and I believe that Farron, hi, she is here. This is found on page 803 of our board packet.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. I'm Farron Call with the Department of Facilities Management, and we are here today asking the board to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Facilities Management or designee to negotiate, execute, and administer lease agreements or lease amendments for the Board of Supervisors district field offices in an amount not to exceed $250,000 annually, following approval by County Council and Risk Management. In July 2013, the Board of Supervisors authorized the Director of, at that time, Department of Facility Services to relocate the Board District field offices that were located in Kirby Hills in Roseville and to execute and administer lease agreements in an amount not to exceed $94,000 annually. Following the authorization, 2 Board District field offices were relocated to leased premises within the respective supervisors' districts. Between the authorization in July 2013 and July 2022, The commercial property price index for North America has risen 44%, and CPI in California has risen 33.1%. Additionally, we now have 3 leased field offices rather than 2, and due to anticipated needs for additional board district field offices in the future, and also to keep up with continuing increased CPI and rates, we're asking the board to authorize the Director of Facilities Management for a new threshold of $250,000 annually.
Thanks, Farron. My question was more making sure that there's, as we move forward and we do need field offices in the districts, making sure that we've established as a board budgets for our offices, both for lease space as well as for operating costs, and looking at this in conjunction with staffing and those issues. And I just wanted to bring this up because the board doesn't have an opportunity often to talk about the growth in Placer County driving a lot of the demands to have field offices out in the districts. And then also reflecting how we look at the development of our government center and the space needs for the Board of Supervisors offices there. So I want to make sure we take all this into context and remember that we're looking at the most cost-effective manner in which to provide services within our districts. So I know it's challenging for you in facilities because the board gives, all of the board give you direction on what to do. I have no opposition to this amendment. I just want to make sure it's adequate and that we're setting aside relatively equal budgets for the various districts.
Yes, we did work up estimated costs if we were to have additional board offices, and also applied an estimated CPI increase where we didn't already have a lease agreement in place with a flat rate. So I do believe that the $250,000 threshold should keep the board in good stead for the next 8 to 9 years.
Okay.
Of course, it'll depend on what market rates are when we do enter into lease agreements and what's available within the districts.
Great. Well, as we move forward and looking at some of the space in various areas in our government buildings too, and whether it's better, more cost-effective for us to vacate those spaces or use those spaces in Tahoe and down here. So I know we're looking at that master plan for the government center, making sure we take this into consideration. Okay, thanks, Farron. Are there any public comments on this item? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve. Thank you. Motion Wygant, second Jones. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And then our final consent calendar is 31.
You need to take 17 down. I didn't realize it was supposed to be a roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't realize it. The chair didn't realize it. So County Council advises that 17A should have been a roll call vote. Megan, will you take?
Absolutely. Supervisor Gore absent. Wygant? Yep. Holmes? Yes. Jones? Yes. Gustafson?
Yes. Thank you for correcting that record. Now we'll move to our final consent calendar item that was pulled. That's 32B1, found on page 969 of our board packet. Municipal Advisor Engagement Letter. Okay. And hi, Tristan.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Board, Tristan Butcher, Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. Today before you, we have an item to authorize the Treasurer Tax Collector to execute an engagement letter with Bellevue Advisors LLC as the county's
Tristan, I'm sorry, could you speak up a bit?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is that better? Okay. Good morning again, Chair, Honorable Board, Tristan Butcher, Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. Here to present before you an item to authorize the Treasurer Tax Collector to execute an engagement letter with Del Rio Advisors LLC as the county's municipal advisor for the Rio Vineyards bond issuance on the improvement area number 2. As you know, this improvement area was approved last year in 2021 to be annexed into the Rio Vineyards specific plan and the CFD. And with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Thanks very much, Tristan. Board members, are there any questions? Then we'll go to the public. I know Mr. Garabedian, you might have a question.
Good morning, Supervisors. Again, Mike Garabedian, Placer County tomorrow. I have noted a number of these kinds of issues on the county's agenda. The question is, what are the criteria when the county chooses to pay to hire a municipal advisor for the issuance of bonds? I just wonder how that comes about when I don't notice that on other bond issuance. Maybe it's common and I've just not noticed it, but it'd be good to understand why that's necessary in this case and the reasons for it. I appreciate this opportunity to ask the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garabedian. Are there any other public comments on this item? Okay, Tristan, would you like to address that question?
Sure. So the municipal advisor is an essential role when we're going out into the market or the county is going out into the market. The municipal advisor advises us of the project, making sure that we have a sound financial plan. Municipal advisors in the market regularly, representing other county cities. So they have a feel for the market and what the market's willing to tolerate and how for us to move best for the county and for the citizens of the county. So they provide an integral part of the bond financing process.
Thank you, Tristan. I appreciate the explanation. With that, I would accept a motion to approve. Thank you, Supervisor Holmes and Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. With that, we will return to our public comment period. This is an opportunity for anyone to address the board on items that are not on today's agenda. And please limit your comments to 3 minutes per person. Please, Richard. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman and Board. I 3 years ago, I started thorium electric, molten salt reactor for electrical power project. And not dangerous water cooled. It's not a dangerous water cooled system. I have an aerial photograph of a site in the Midwest that I was working on, still working on actually, and because I initially didn't even consider California to be building a nuclear reactor because of political considerations. But what happened is that during the period that I was trying to get the Second Amendment sanctuary county proposal passed, the board celebrated the installation of electrical vehicle charging stations. And that triggered my response, is that what are you going to do for electricity? And so then I changed my strategy and included California in a potential reactor project. I'm still pursuing a couple of sites in the Midwest. They don't disclose the location because property values could be impacted by me releasing that information. So at any rate, I'm very pleased that the board gives me this forum to try to advance my projects. And I try to remember every time to reiterate, I will reject any direct government funding. I will refuse any direct government funding to do these projects. These will be all privately funded projects. So, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate it. There are other members of the public that would like to address the board? Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. It's been a while since I've been here, so it's an honor to be in front of you this morning. I just want to make a quick comment on something that there's been probably hundreds, if not thousands, of comics over the last couple of years concerning the vaccines. Here we go. I know there's been lots of comments before the board over the last couple of years of just the dangers of the vaccines and also the benefits of the vaccines. And recently, the Florida Surgeon General came out with a statement cautioning 18 to 39-year-old men. They've seen an increase of deaths and heart problems from the vaccines. And one thing that we've seen from our health department, it's been one narrative, and that is to get your vaccines with no kind of talk about any kind of adverse effects or anything that can come from that. And I am disappointed because it's been a one-sided narrative, and it's something that I would like to see the narrative change a little bit to include the harm that it can cause, to inform the community of just a one-sided narrative. It came to my attention recently that it was spoken that nutrition should be talked about more, and that's something that we're not hearing about, just the importance of nutrition and supplements and things like that. And so as I drive around and as I see ads and stuff, it's just basically get your vaccine, get your vaccines. Well, I mean, that's wonderful and that's great, but what kind of complications can come from that to inform and give people, you know, their a decision? And that's something that I think that I'm disappointed is that the community has not properly been informed of the mRNA vaccine. That's something I would like to see that conversation explored and talked about more, because now here we are 2 years down the road, and now we're seeing a lot of these studies that are coming out because, you know, I mean, we are the study here, and we're starting to see a lot of this. So that's something I encourage the board to encourage the health department, is to start putting some of this data up there. And I know it goes against what they've been saying all along, but it's important to the public to know the harm that it could cause as well, because, you know, people are being hurt. Lives are being lost due to this, and I think the public needs to be informed with that. So that's about all I have to say this morning. Thank
And
you.
I apologize, we do need your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jason Wedge.
Thanks, Jason, great to see you again. Any other members of the public wish to address the board? Do we have anybody on Zoom? Okay, thank you very much for the public comment. We will now move on to board member and county executive reports. Do any board members have reports? Yes, Jim.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Saturday afternoon, I spent a delightful afternoon at an event at the Fruitvale School Fall Festival. It was really, really well done. And it just, you know, being there at the Fruitvale School, I was pleased that the county actually took over that facility, and it's really done a great job. And I got to commend Ralph Gibson for his work on that. The hall has really been used a lot from community events, private events for wedding receptions, etc. So just wanted to give a shout out to Ralph Gibson and the museums department about the wonderful work they're doing out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Suzanne?
I would like to just tell everybody about last Friday evening, I believe it was. Supervisor Gore and I attended the Placer County Chaplaincy Fundraiser, and it was a great event. It was almost standing room only. It was packed. And if any of you don't know about the chaplaincy program, you should look into it, because it's an amazing program, and they do a lot of good work for people. And to let you know, I bought a whole bunch of raffle tickets, couldn't win a free raffle gift. I had to buy my raffle gift. So anyway, it was a great amount of fun, and all of our district directors joined us as well. So I want to thank the Placer County Chaplaincy for a good time.
Thank you. Robert, did you have any? How was fly fishing?
It was great.
Good. Just wanted to make sure he had a good time fishing. And it was last Thursday night, because while you were there, I was at the Auburn State of the Community Awards Dinner, and we were very pleased, Supervisor Holmes and myself, to honor our probation department for the outstanding work that they've done this last year in innovation throughout the probation department as an arm of our law enforcement community. So well-attended event, and sorry I couldn't be at the chaplaincy event, but lots of events this time of year. So really appreciated that. Thank you. CEO report.
Thank you, Board Chair. Just a bit of an update on the regional homelessness front. Thanks to the leadership of this board, the region remains engaged in a collaborative approach to homelessness, with great thanks to Supervisors Gore and Holmes for representing the county in these discussions. The regional process has even gotten the attention of some at the federal and state level, impressed by the collection of local officials, funders, and subject matter experts engaged in a dialogue on one of our toughest public policy issues, something that frankly doesn't happen everywhere. While work remains, results have already been achieved. Law enforcement and social services partners are deepening their partnership to better offer a connection to shelter and other support services, with great thanks to our Sheriff's Department, Probation, and HHS for their efforts to collaborate with all of our cities. Beyond engagement on the street, participants have also expressed a desire for a set of principles to locate right-sized, local, interim, and permanent supportive housing. As our region going forward, we're thinking about governance structures for homeless services, strategies, and funding, so we can continue to cultivate this partnership approach where all of our jurisdictions have a voice and a seat at the table. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jane. Supervisor Holmes, did you have anything you wanted to add? You serve on that committee? No. Okay, great. All right. Well, we're ahead of schedule to honor all of you, so we're going to ask you to wait 15 minutes or 12 minutes. We're going to take up a department item number 11A, page 165 of our packet, and this is a corrected budget amendment for Regional Forest Health for French Meadows, and this is our existing vendor contracts. Good morning, Carrie.
Good morning, Board Chair and board members. I'm here before you this morning with two items. I understand we're only going to deal with one first, and unfortunately it is the mea culpa item and not the good news item. But we are here again in front of you. This item relates to an action that you took on September 13th to approve a budget amendment that would move existing Regional Forest Health vendor contracts from the CEO's office to the Agricultural Commissioner's office. The move was intended to reflect the fact that the Regional Forest Health Program was initially housed under the CEO's office, but has been moved to the Department of Agriculture to operate under the direct supervision and direction of Ag Commissioner Josh Hunsinger. However, with great chagrin, I have to report that when we made our initial request to you in September, we used an incorrect budget amendment number. So as a result, we have not been able to complete said transaction. So we returned to you this morning with the same request for the same authority, that is to move the same encumbered amount from the community and agency support budget within the CEO's office to the newly created Regional Forest Health Program budget under the Department of Agriculture. So again, the only change that we now have is the correct budget amendment number. I do apologize for taking up your valuable time asking you to repeat an action you've already taken, but in order for us to complete the transfer of the budget funds and authority as originally intended, I respectfully request that you rescind your prior approval of budget amendment number AM00664 and approve instead budget amendment number AM00718. This will transfer budget authority in the amount of $5,526,943.76. Every penny counts. From CC-10018 Community and Agency Support to CC-02004 Regional Forest Health for fiscal year 22-23. As before, there's no fiscal impact to the budget, to the general fund. These are grant dollars and other revenues used to pay for fuel reduction work on the French Meadows project. So with that, I'm happy to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Carrie, and no need to apologize. We all make mistakes, right?
50 lashes with a wet noodle.
At
Ready.
least you caught it. What we're happy about is you caught it. Board members, any questions? I'm not seeing any members of the public wish to comment on this item.
I see none, Chair.
Okay, and none on Zoom. I would thank you, Supervisor Holmes. Do I have a Supervisor Wygant? And this is a roll call vote.
Supervisor Gore absent. Wygant? Holmes? Yes. Jones? Gustafson?
Yes. Then Carrie, while you're here, we'll go on to the next item.
Okay, very good, thank you. This is item 11B, the fun item, the Sierra Nevada Conservancy Award of Wildfire Recovery and Forest Resilience Grant for the completion of the French Meadows project. So we are so excited to report this morning that we have successfully secured funding that will allow us to complete the remaining unfunded work on the French Meadows project. And that is the project, of course, that is managed by the county on behalf of the French Meadows Partnership. The funding comes from a grant awarded to the county from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy's Wildfire Recovery and Forest Resilience Funding Program. The Conservancy, also known as SNC, has been an important part of the partnership since the inception of the French Meadows project, and their board voted to award the county as the project manager almost $2.7 million, which will allow us to complete the final 1,038 acres of unfunded mechanical and hand treatment work in the headwaters of the Middle Fork of the American River. The overall project is made up of two parts. One is the mechanical and hand treatment, and that's the piece that the county manages. The other is roughly an equal number of acres slated for prescribed burn treatments, and that piece is managed by the Nature Conservancy. So together, this work will help reduce fuels, improve forest health conditions, and protect important water and hydropower infrastructure that is managed by Placer County Water Agency in conjunction with the county. We had a bit of a close call with the Mosquito Fire as we watched it creep eastward toward the project area. We were a little nervous that we might be testing our treatments before we were quite finished and ready, but thankfully, with all of the help of the people standing in the back of the room, we avoided that, and we lived to work another day on the project. So under the grant agreement, the county will be reimbursed by the SNC for up to $2,662,137, no cents. For eligible work completed by the end of the grant period, which is December 31st, 2028, or whenever the work is completed, whichever comes first. I can assure you we definitely anticipate finishing the work long before December of 2028. The grant does have a match requirement, as many grants do, and in this case it's $843,659. And we meet the match using the revenue that's generated by the sale of timber and biomass material that comes off of the project as part of the ecological thinning and other work. To date, just to give you a sense of how much revenue is generated in that fashion, we've generated more than $2 million in timber revenue so far in our first 3.5 seasons of work. And out of that, we've only spent about 1/3 to help defray project costs, and that leaves us with roughly $1.3 million in hand of revenue already generated, plus additional revenue to be generated from the future work that will be covered by this grant. So on top of that, we're very lucky to have a critical partner in the Sierra Pacific Industries. They have given us a purchase agreement with them, which means that they will accept the timber from this project at their 2 mills in Lincoln and Oroville. And we have a similar agreement with the Rio Bravo biomass facility. So regardless of what the market is doing, and we know it's been very volatile, we have a place to take the material. So we're pretty much guaranteed that we will be able to generate the revenue that's anticipated. Since the work is covered by grant funds and the match is covered by timber and biomass revenue, again, there is no general fund impact for this project or through the acceptance of these grant funds. So unfortunately, you have a fairly lengthy set of actions that I would gratefully request that you take in order to help us move this project forward. So first would be to adopt a resolution authorizing the Agricultural Commissioner to execute a grant agreement with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy for tasks related to the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project completion. This would be in a total of $2,662,137. Also, any required documents or amendments necessary to complete project implementation upon risk management and county council concurrence. That's action number 1. Number 2 would be to approve the required grant match funding amount of $843,659 that will supplement the project work and will be derived from the sale of the merchantable timber and biomass removed from the project site. And finally, to approve a fiscal year 2022-23 budget amendment number AM00719, and we double-checked this time, for CC-02004, Regional Forest Health in the amount of $2,662,137, with offsetting revenue coming from the grant from the Conservancy. So with that, I'm happy to have made that report, have that news for you, and would be happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you, Carrie. Any questions, board members? Supervisor Holmes?
I just want to thank you, Josh and Carrie, for your excellent work moving this forward. It is one of the premier projects in the state of California, if not in the nation. And I really want to commend you and your staff for bringing this forward, and I move approval.
Well,
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. I had a couple questions, and then we'll go to the public too. So thank you, Supervisor Holmes and Jones. Carrie, total acreage we've treated, I know this is 1,000 more acres. Do you recall the numbers, or maybe Supervisor Holmes does on the?
Yeah, so interestingly, there are 2 different ways that we characterize work completed. There are what we call footprint acres, actual acres on the ground. And then in many cases, in fact, in most cases, there are multiple treatments on a subset of those acres, which means there's more acres worth of treatment that happen on a smaller number of footprint acres on the ground. So we have, again, roughly a little over 1,000 acres on the ground remaining. It translates to around 2,000 acres worth of treatment because of these multiple entries. In terms of work that we've already completed, I don't know that I have the ground acres, the footprint acres, but the number of treatments that we've made is roughly 4,500 acres worth.
Okay.
And the overall project is somewhere around 9,000 acres worth of treatment, and it's around, well, maybe I could, if I could do math on my feet, which I can't, I would be able to tell you, because we have 1,000 acres left, and the total treatment acres was somewhere around 6,000.
Great. The reason I bring this up is we're about to hear about the Mosquito Fire and the acreage is burned. And so putting in perspective of what we're spending on treatments, even with the reimbursement from SPI, I think is important for the public to hear in context to what just went up.
So maybe I could provide just a brief moment of context there. So the overall project, as it was evaluated and conceived, looked at a 22,000 acre area. Out of that 22,000 acres, it was determined that roughly 6,000 acres of that area needed mechanical and hand treatment, and there was another 6,000 acres approximately that was slated for just prescribed burning. So roughly 12,000 acres total of treatment. So, those are the numbers that we're dealing with as we look in comparison to the size of a fire. Because not every acre needs treatment. And, in some cases, we're in pretty good shape and the forest is relatively healthy, and there's no need to go in and do anything further. So, our project focused on those areas that were clearly identified as needing treatment of some sort to improve forest health condition.
And I appreciate SPI because they have quite a glut of timber right now, and will continue to have quite a bit from this fire. And they're still willing to purchase this timber that we're taking out.
Yes. I mean, they occasionally ask us to delay delivery based on what's literally happening for them on the ground. But we are committed contractually, and they have been very helpful and supportive in being willing to take this material
Well,
from
it's
us.
so important that we find markets for this product so that we can continue these projects. So
Well, and that is an interesting note, because that is based on the French Meadows project per se.
Right.
If we, when we finish this project and we move on, we'll need to look into renegotiating. But, I think there was a direct connection for SPI with this project because of where the work was taking place.
Great.
But yeah, we definitely need more capacity for delivering this material out of the forest for it to be used elsewhere.
Absolutely. I don't see any other questions from the board. Any public comments on this item? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion. Oh, we have a motion. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm a little slow this morning. Yeah, we do. This is a roll call vote.
Supervisor Gore, absent. Wygant? Holmes? Jones? Gustafson?
Aye. Thank you very much, Carrie.
Thanks so much.
And now, promptly at 9:45, we'll start our 9:45 timed item. And we have a lot of distinguished guests here today. Some of you were flying right over us about a month ago when we were in this chambers hearing that there had been a flare-up. So thank you for being here today. And obviously, Chief Estes and Sheriff Wu, thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, and good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board, and good morning, everyone, and thank you very much on behalf of myself and Sheriff Wu for the opportunity to talk to you again about the events over the past 20 or so days, and I hope to bring a little bit of finality to our presentation today. So I do want to just give a brief overview of the Mosquito Fire, kind of where we started, where we've come from, and where we are moving to. And can we cue that up, Megan? Okay. I'm not sure if it's... I think while we get the first, there we go, perfect. So as you remember, it was on the 12th of September that I last spoke to you. Thank you, Megan. And we had a rather eventful day that day. And as you remember, I sat here and I talked to you about the successes we had seen over the past 6 days. And then I spoke to you in a rather different state of affairs that night, right at the dais here, as we saw some really significant events. And I think that speaks just to kind of the overall events of of the last 20 days and how dynamic everything was. And so again, I'm Brian Estes. I'm the State and County Fire Chief, and I will go over just an overview of the Mosquito Fire and where we sit today. So as we all remember, the fire did start on September 6th at 1800 hours, 6 o'clock in the evening. It started, the origin was on National Forest System lands just north of Oxbow Reservoir. Almost immediately, as we always do on every single incident within Placer County, we went into unified command with our strong partners in the Placer County Sheriff's Office. We did have some significant weather that afternoon in some thunder cells that collapsed and caused the fire to make some significant spread to the north and northeast. This is a picture taken from our air attack that morning that the fire impacted Michigan Bluff. And I'm going to go through this presentation, and before I turn it over to my partner, I'm going to introduce some of the people in the back of the room. And some of these people were integrally involved in some of these specific slides that I'm going to talk about. This picture was taken from our air attack, and you can see just the dramatic effects of the weather and how even that morning it was drawing in the force of that column, and the force of the energy out of that fire was drawing smoke away from, at the bottom of that photograph is the impacts to Michigan Bluff. Our priorities, as always, are the protection of life and property, period. That is always our priorities, as is our partners with the Sheriff's Office. Our initial priorities were the defense of Michigan Bluff, Forest Hill, Todd Valley, and all private properties on the Forest Hill Divide. Another important, as Supervisor Gustafson just mentioned, the SPI is a strong partner and has tens of thousands of acres of private timberland that is threatened within the National Forest System lands to the east of Michigan Bluff and where the fire was impacting. And that was also an important consideration from the start. So we initially established that incident command post in Forest Hill. Great cooperation from our local and allied fire agencies across Placer County. And as the ensuing weeks went forth, we saw a regional effort and a statewide effort supporting us out of the grounds in Roseville and our Placer County Fairgrounds and multiple times that we impacted the community of Forest Hill. Could not be more thankful to the Forest Hill Fire Protection District, their board, and the community members in Forest Hill for their patience and hospitality for the impact of their community. We did see on September 7th that impact in Michigan Bluff. On the 8th, there was a decision made to activate a Type 1 incident management team. The fire today sits at 87% federal responsibility, 13% private lands. That decision that I made to activate a federal team, I think, is justified by the amount of impacts and jurisdiction and accountability that the federal government has for the acres burned on this fire, and I think that was the right decision. But that doesn't mean that we disengaged at any time. We worked strongly from the beginning and through the entirety of the incident, even up to this very day where we still have daily discussions about cost apportionment. We entered into a unified command, our partners obviously with the Sheriff's Office and the U.S. Forest Service, as well as our local fire protection district. That following day, the fire did jump into El Dorado County, and as we've seen so many times in our county with much of our geography separated by the American River drainage and the Bear River drainage, when a fire does not meet at the same place in a steep river drainage, the threat for that fire to jump from one side to the other is almost going to be a sure thing. And it did jump into El Dorado County on the 8th, impacting the communities of Quintet, Georgetown, and Volcanoville. One of the things that our folks did, and some of the people standing behind me were very, very proactive in, was building what we call contingency lines. And all told, when we saw those really strong impacts to Forest Hill on the 12th, we had upwards of 8 or 9 different sets of contingency lines that they were able to utilize. So at no point were we set back on our heels. We were able to forecast what was going to happen and react to it based on proactive planning for the protection of the community of Forest Hill. CAL FIRE committed over 1,500 personnel out of the entirety of 3,500 personnel. Local government agencies from around the state committed over 1,000 people coming to the aid of our citizens in Placer County from the far reaches of California. And then there was September 12th, which I sat here, as you remember, and we talked about the containment lines. And frankly, that was the truth. We had great containment lines due to the strong work in Forest Hill and Todd Valley. And we knew that there was a weather forecast change coming. A cold front was settling in. We knew we were going to get prefrontal winds with that. They came in a lot stronger than we thought. And we also knew that we were coming off the backside of about 10 days of 100-degree plus temperatures across the county. And so, as oftentimes happens, it's not only about the fire you're fighting, but it's about the next fire that you don't know is coming. And that happened on September 12th. At about 1:30 in the afternoon, a new start happened in the Dutch Flat area, caused by hot breaks off of a big rig truck. Started a fire that had rapid to critical rate of spread, moving to the north and northwest, impacting the communities of Alta and Dutch Flat. At the same time, the fire jumped back across into Placer County and made a really, really hard run toward the community of Forest Hill, right in the area of Wharton's Market. One of the things that CAL FIRE is always going to do is try to minimize the amount of large fires. We had one large fire already, and we could not afford to have another large fire. So the decision was made by our incident commander, our ops chiefs, and our aviation forces to divert all of the aircraft to Dutch Flat. That decision was critical because they were able to stop that fire with that aggressive initial attack at under 50 acres and had no loss of residential structures or threat to life in the Dutch Flat and Alta area. That decision, while it seemed very tenuous for the folks in Forest Hill, was the right decision because it kept our focus in check, and then we were able to move our focus back to Forest Hill, and all of the aircraft came back to Forest Hill in a force that I frankly had not seen in my 32 years of this career. The aviation assets, the commitment of resources to that day, and that what's commonly called the fight for Wharton's Market on the 12th, was something that was, like I said, I hadn't really seen in my career before. I made a couple phone calls and made sure that both Dutch Flat and Forest Hill were prioritized as the #1 priority in the state. From day one, at the in-brief, our department had prioritized Forest Hill as the #1 priority in the state. And on that afternoon, we had a prioritization for all aircraft in the western United States. There's a couple gentlemen back here that were integrally involved in the aviation forces, but we had 16 fixed-wing air tankers and 12 Type 1 helicopters, Type 1 and Type 2 helicopters working that event that afternoon. We had every large jet air tanker in the western United States committed to Forest Hill. We had over 50 engines were called immediate need, Code 3 to the Forest Hill Divide by our operations section chief. And as crews took those contingency lines down into the canyon that night, our night flying Black Hawk helicopter took those crews safely into the canyon, supporting them with almost 5 hours of nighttime operations. So shortly after that, we did have a weather change, and we saw some reduction in the winds, some cooler temperatures, and ultimately the rain that happened on September 17th, which was really an amazing reprieve to the fire spread that we had seen. We made a decision based on the fact that the fire then was burning on 100% federal jurisdiction to come out of unified command on the 23rd. We've continued to have a strong presence there, but our goal is #1 to make sure that private lands, private communities, life and property are protected. And once that mitigation was achieved, we came out of unified command out of respect to the cost commensurate with the values at risk and our ability to mitigate future incidents. This is a map that shows really the stop of the fire at its last progression. It's a little hard to tell, but the gray areas to the kind of on both of the east, on the north and south side of the fire represent on the south end the King Fire burn and on the north end the American Fire burn. So it did hit both of those burn scars, but we had contingency plans in place with decision points for the west shore of Lake Tahoe had it continued to burn to the east. One of the interesting things, as Kerry was talking a little bit about fuels reduction, is that King Fire from 2014 and the American Fire from earlier than that are both seeing regrowth that will carry fire through those burn scars. So the maintenance of these fuel reduction projects that we talk about into the future is just as important as the initial work that we talk about funding to be done. So our final statistics on the Mosquito Fire, 76,000 plus acres burned. We are at 98% containment. We are out of unified command. The Forest Service is in command of the fire at this point. We had a total of 22 residential structures destroyed in Placer County. The majority of those, unfortunately, were in Michigan Bluff, and then a couple of them in Forest Hill proper. We estimate over 3,000 structures were saved through firefighting efforts and good home hardening and defensible space. And our cost to date is in excess of $150 million. So in reference to Supervisor Gustafson's comments, the cost of suppression these days is incredibly expensive. This is the largest wildland fire in recorded history in Placer County. And it was our #1 priority in the state from the day that it started. I think we had some really positive lessons learned from the fire, and as all of you have heard me say, our commitment to unified command, our commitment to transparent and proactive communication with the public is always paramount to us. And before I recognize the folks in the back, I just want to thank the community members in Forest Hill and Todd Valley and Michigan Bluff and all of the community members around this county for the support of not only our first responders, but their own communities and the resilience of those communities. So if you would allow me to recognize a couple of our folks in the back. First and foremost, sitting behind me back there in the back of the room was our Unified Incident Commander, my Deputy Chief Jim Hudson, and our another Deputy IC, Brian Mackwood, Assistant Chief Brian Mackwood, who was our constant EOC liaison and kept a constant communication with the Sheriff's Office and OES and the Fire Department. Standing over here, Assistant Chief Mike Rufinot was our Deputy IC and has remained as the A-Rep and is currently still assigned to the fire to ensure that Placer County's interests are met every single day on this incident. Nolan Hale, one of our newest battalion chiefs in the unit, was the operations section chief, one of the most critical, strategic, and tactical decision maker. And he was the gentleman who I was standing behind over his shoulder on that day on September 12th. He was a little nervous, but he did really, really well. Very proud of him, made great decisions. And Andy Gregerson, who, Supervisor Holmes, I know you appreciate seeing Andy. His actions out there in Michigan Bluff that first night were just really, really critical, not only in preservation of life and property, but we had some situations with our own firefighters that were incredibly close and very, very dangerous, and his leadership was paramount to that. So now we'll get to the folks that flew over us that afternoon. So first and foremost is my air attack group supervisor out of Grass Valley, Sean Ryan, who flew the air attack and oversaw those flight operations through the entire Mosquito Fire, but specifically on that day where he made the decision to divert those aircraft to Dutch Flat. So critical, such a critical decision in both fires. Colin Rogers, the gentleman in the gray flight suit back there, is one of our air tanker pilots out of Grass Valley, flew Tanker 88, numerous hours on this fire and on Dutch Flat. Ryan Gambala is he's the chief pilot for Heli 1, and he has been our strong partner for the last 2 years with both our Type 1 helicopter and our Type 2 helicopter based out of Auburn. And then a couple of our folks that represent the McClellan Air Tanker Base, which brings those large, heavy jet air tankers to the game. And that's first Tim Stepanovich, who's what we call an aerial supervision module officer, and his pilot of Charlie 5, Don Bell. And the difference is they're flying another one of the OV-10 Broncos that's leading in the jet air tankers at low level, high speed, in a very, very dangerous situation. And the coordination that happened over the fire that day was just absolutely amazing. And I'm very, very proud of all these folks. So I appreciate you letting me recognize those people before I turn it over to Sheriff Wu.
Thank you, Chief, and we will get a photo later, so stay tuned.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to be here. It's really an honor to stand next to Chief Estes and kind of report out and brief you guys on the final statistics and the success of what has turned out to be the largest wildland fire in our county's history. I think it really is a testament to all the preparation, pre-planning, and training that we've both done as organizations. In my career, we started partnering with CAL FIRE doing annual training 2 decades ago. And we've only expanded on that training and prepared for a day like this and an incident like this. And I think it all paid great dividends throughout this incident. I want to thank you guys for your continued support. Last time I was here, we talked about the mobile command vehicle and the importance of the take-home car program and things like that. There were some key integral components to our success, but also your support in the past for the Sheriff's Office having the honor and privilege to partner with CAL FIRE and Type 1 incident management teams. The board supported that when then Shane Wright, before he was the undersheriff, was appointed to a Type 1 CAL FIRE incident management team deployed all over the state of California on major incidents. And I would argue that those incident management teams are the most professional, experienced in the country. And we've continued that tradition on with Shane's promotion, and we have Lieutenant Josh Tyndall from our agency who's currently on one of those incident management teams. And the experience that we've been able to gain through partnering with CAL FIRE on those incident management teams paid off huge when this came to our home here in Placer County. So I'll start just with a quick update. This was the kind of the final map of the evacuation zones. The purple area is the rough footprint of the fire. The red zones were the mandatory evacuation zones, and the yellow represented evacuation warnings. Like the chief mentioned, we always jump into unified command early on in these incidents. We made these decisions for evacuation zones and orders and warnings in collaboration with our fire partners and the fire behavior specialists. Generally, the evacuation orders are when we feel there's a direct threat to life. Those are lawful orders, and we shut down those areas and deny access. The warning areas are when we believe there's a potential threat to life and property, and we're trying to give people some forewarning to be prepared in case fire behavior changes, or people that might have livestock or medical ailments that maybe they should think about getting out a little sooner and preparing a little quicker than waiting for that evacuation order to come to their area where they live. So one of the things that I think when I talked about pre-planning was our evacuation efforts. You know, we've focused on Forest Hill for many years. We've done plenty of training exercises, and we're always working with the citizens of the Forest Hill community and their concerns over limited ingress and egress out of the divide. In the initial stages of the incident, I'm proud to say that we were able to evacuate the Michigan Bluff area in roughly just over an hour. When it came to the downtown Forest Hill and Forest Hill proper, we were able to evacuate that area in about 2.5 hours. And then a couple of days later, when we had to evacuate the community at Todd Valley, we were able to accomplish that in right around 4 hours. I'm extremely proud of the effort that members of law enforcement and my staff put in to make that happen. As a slide denotes, we had over 120 peace officers from around the region descend on Forest Hill during that time to make sure everybody was evacuated safely and that we didn't leave anybody behind. We accomplished that through Placer Alert, our Everbridge notification system, our high-low sirens, and of course we did door-to-door evacuations as well. In the end, we ended up evacuating roughly 2,644 homes, which was a total of just under 6,000 Placer County residents were evacuated. We did have 90 refusals, and that roughs out to about a 98.5% compliance rate, which is really phenomenal. It's one of the better compliance rates I've seen in my career as far as evacuations go, and I think it's a testament to the whole campaign that Placer County is engaged in for many years now with readyplacer.org and the Placer Alert system, and getting people to sign up for that notification. In closing, throughout the duration of this incident, we had well over 25 law enforcement agencies that helped us, whether it was in the initial evacuation efforts or in just securing the area once evacuations were conducted. They represented agencies from all over Northern California. Within the Placer County Sheriff's Office, we had over 170 of our own staff that were deployed on the incident over time. And I'd like to say, give a shout out to those members of my staff. We had over 30 members of the Sheriff's Office that were actually in the evacuation zone. And all those people continued to show up for work, regardless of what role they played in the organization. And some were even out there working in the Forest Hill Divide while they were under evacuation orders and they weren't able to go to their own homes. We're still tallying up the totals, but that's going to be well over 8,000 man-hours from our office. And I'm also proud to say that through the heroic efforts of CAL FIRE and the fire service, we had 0 fatalities throughout this incident, even though it is the largest fire we've seen in Placer County. We did have 1 law enforcement injury, and it was a minor traffic collision with an animal commuting to and from the divide. And we had 1 arrest. It was an active burglary in progress in an evacuated area, and a person was taken into custody. And when we repopulated, we had no more reports of any kind of theft or looting that occurred on the divide. So I commend all of our staff for their efforts and all the law enforcement agencies that assisted us to ensure that our residents weren't further victimized as they were displaced and going through this traumatic event. So with that, I'd like to thank the board for all of your continued support and getting us the tools we need to make something like this successful. Like the chief mentioned, we've already done some debriefs at our own shop, and while experiencing these type 1 incident management teams and the preparation, I think really set us up for success. We'll continue to learn from this incident, and it will make us better, both our organizations, moving forward. a couple of my staff. I'd like to recognize, I got Captain Brian Silva in the back room. He's a brand new field operations captain just since I took office in the domino effect, and he's been kind of thrown in the deep end with a couple of major incidents, and so this incident was his responsibility. And then Lieutenant Josh Barnhart, who also recently changed assignments and has become our lieutenant over public information, and he's been pretty busy over a couple of sustained incidents that our department has faced over the last couple of months. So I couldn't be more proud of all of my staff and our collaboration with the fire service, and I want to thank you for having us here today, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you, Sheriff Wu, and incredible efforts. I know we have lots of compliments to pay as well. I'll start with a question. I don't see other lights on yet. On the resources, the federal resources, I can't help but note 87% of this fire being on federal lands, and yet by my calculation, only about 1,000 of the 3,500 firefighters were with the Forest Service. Are my notes correct on that?
Yes, Supervisor, from the beginning, on the low end, they had about 500 people assigned to the incident, and the highest count that they had was about 1,100 on the federal agencies all combined.
So I think for the well-being of our communities being surrounded with federal lands, we need to continue to work with our congressional representatives and all of our federal representatives to try to make sure that we get those resources out to protect them. I can't thank all of you enough, from our local agency with our sheriff to our state fire, but we definitely need more federal resources for these federal lands, and I'll keep fighting that fight. We need to make sure that we get adequately staffed. And you know, we were on the phone there were times during the fire when I was asked to call, and all of the offices assured me that yes, more help was coming, but it paled in comparison to what the state mobilized to protect our communities, and I'm so thankful to the state for doing that.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Holmes?
Yes, thank you, Chief and Sheriff Wu. Really appreciate the update. I want to thank all those folks in the back that did the yeoman's work to make sure that our community and our citizens were safe. But it all starts at the top, and I think under your leadership, Chief Estes and Sheriff Wu, that we have two of the top law enforcement and public safety leaders in the state of California. And the work that you've done together proves that to me as far as I'm concerned. So just thank you, everyone, for your diligence and hard work and saving the communities that we represent. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Wygant?
Yeah, I understand we're going to have a further policy discussion on this later, so I'll keep my comments more brief and just go through a little bit of therapy of things you've heard me say in the past. But Cindy, I want to first of all reiterate Jim's comments about thanking both of you, Sheriff Wu and Chief Estes, and all of the folks that you work with. It's a real privilege actually having you serve with our Office of OES, Dave Atkins in the back. What could have happened on the negative side to me is just astounding, only to think that what could have happened to Colfax last year, replicating things like what we see in Paradise, should be very sobering, and my frustration is the lack of federal and even state attention to the gravity of the issue. And interestingly, yesterday I had lunch with a personal friend of mine who's a scientist, because we're supposed to follow science these days, but he's an entomologist, spent his career with the Forest Service, and as an entomologist he ended up studying pine bark beetles and became an expert on forest management, has a PhD from UC Davis and undergraduate degrees from Cal Berkeley. But he told me 20 years ago that for lack of really paying attention to the source of the problem, which is a lack of management in the forest and the money that's necessary to make sure we really put our forest in a position they were 100 years ago, we were going to see these kinds of problems get worse and worse. And over my 28 years at the county, that's exactly what we have seen, articulated by the fact that, as you've mentioned, this is the worst fire we've seen in Placer County. So obviously the worst fire I've seen in my my career. And at $150 million in just fighting the fire, not to mention the amazing work, Wayne, you guys did with the evacuation and the lack of injury that occurred, that's like $2,000 per acre for the fire, when I think current cost of treating the forest in the first place is about $5,000 an acre if it's in really bad shape. So we can pay now or pay later. But Brian, you mentioned that this fire burned into 2 prior fires where forest management also has not been done after those fires. And since the forests weren't managed, they could have burned again, since it's been 10 and 20 years probably for both of those fires. So again, we're going to take this up more later, but huge thanks to both of you and your teams. And I think what we have an opportunity to do in Placer County is set an example. We're doing a small pilot project, if you will, in partnership with the Water Agency and some other efforts that really look at how forests ought to be managed if, in fact, we're going to have public ownership of these forests. But I hope that as I walk out the door that there's more and more attention to that, and that the county, working with our partners, can be a real partner in giving state and federal attention to what really is a problem in the western United States, but probably worse here in California. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Supervisor Jones?
I would also like to extend my personal thanks and gratitude to all of you. When you mention unified command with the PCSO, I'm always amazed, and I've said this in the past, at seeing the reports, how everybody comes together, and across the state they all came together. But it amazes me how you all work together in unity to accomplish a mission. And I think it's no better exhibited than Placer County when you talk about our public safety running to the danger, running to the fire, running to the danger. All of you, I just want to tell you all, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and I know Placer County residents appreciate it too.
Jane?
Thank you, Board Chair. Just a brief note. Thanks to Sheriff Wu and to Chief Estes as well for providing a preview of this debrief to our department heads last week, many of whom are now involved in the important work as we shift from response to recovery. But great thanks to you both. As I said at that meeting, fortune favors not only the brave, but the prepared, which I think speaks to all the work that was done by you and your team. So thank you.
Great. Just a second, Paula. I just, again, echo all of these comments, and can't help but get emotional when I see the photos at Wharton's and think about what could have been, and our whole community being destroyed up there. And so hats off to all of you, and to get everybody out safely. We've heard this time and time again, people's fear of evacuation, that we're not going to get them out. You got them all out, and you got them all out. Michigan Bluff is not an easy ingress or egress, neither was the river fire, some of those streets, and your staff kept their homes, got the people out safely, and kept their homes safe during the evacuation, which they were so afraid of. And tremendous heroes out there, those of you who fly those planes and helicopters, those with boots on the ground, risking your lives to save the community, getting to go out there. The chief always insists on getting me out there, and I've had to warn him that sometimes I'm not as feeling as safe in the vehicle as I would like when I feel the heat coming in the side. But it is tremendous to be out there and see what you go through. My son is a firefighter, and so I have great admiration for all of what you do, and all of our first responders for keeping our community safe. That's what makes Placer County so great, this teamwork, this leadership. And I've got to thank the incident command team and the base camp. Going to see the base camp, I think we all got a chance to get down there at various times to see a city mobilized to serve our residents in Placer County was tremendous. And those briefings that were done in the morning and the evening went so far in helping the community members understand what was going on. And I'd watch on social media, especially up in the Tahoe area, people were afraid that it was going to keep coming. And there were so many resources to educating the public as to what was happening. I can't say enough about that public communication, Josh, so thank you. And making sure that the communities are briefed and understand what's happening. But there's no words for us to express our gratitude on behalf of the community. So with that, I know we have at least one member of the public that would like to speak. Paula, would you like to go ahead and come up? And do we have others on Zoom? Okay. No, you're good to go.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. She takes on all my emails, my photos, my badgering. Can we get more of this and that? And she really has delivered, so thank you. Our vegetation program management in Forest Hill is strong, and I put in a request maybe if in November we can get the transfer station open on Tuesdays for greenways. Now, going from there, Chief Estes is the bomb. He has put up with me for the last 5 years. He has educated us. I have drilled him. He's come to our public meetings. He talked about Paradise. Forest Hill took all the lessons from Paradise very seriously. And I badgered that community. I badgered them to clean up, support Measure B, support our little fire district, because education starts in our community. And I would think Michelini, our fire board president, did a great job educating the community, and I think that's what made a difference. I really want to look at these gentlemen in the background, because my house is one of the houses they saved. You know where I live. I live almost right next to the property that burned that belonged to Chase Dowling, across from the Forest Hill High School, on the same side as Wharton's, across from Volcano Creek. I love the color pink. In fact, I did a little community gathering, Color Me Pink, and the Saturday before the fire started, I put up a couple of tables in my front yard, umbrellas, and it's a social gathering. And we did a lot of forewarning of our community. The weather was ripe for a fire, and I said, if it comes up that back canyon behind my house, I said, you guys, if you see smoke, 1 hour. You see flames, 10 minutes. I said, we're not waiting for that. Everybody get ready, because we could be going this week. That is how I felt it. On Tuesday when it happened, we were all on the phone in Forest Hill. As that power went down, the first flame came. We were all noticing each other, and we said, we're not waiting for warnings. You listen to the sheriff, be ready to go. Education, education, education. We were all on high alert. That's why we got that 98.5. After everything was happening, I trusted these individuals as people sent me photos of what they were doing. Well, I was in Tiburon having a vacation. I kind of feel guilty on that. But there's nothing I could do, and I trusted they knew what they were doing. You don't have to justify. If you went to Dutch Flat, you're the decision makers. We trust you. So with that, we had a follow-up, and all the community is very happy. Supervisor Gustafson, Chief Estes, thank you for partnering with our little fire district. The sheriff did a great job. Animal control was amazing, amazing. So we're saved this time, but I can tell you one thing. We all not stopping right now. We all getting ready for the next one. So we are really, really hyper vigilant and very, very grateful, very grateful. We know they flew and worked a lot of hours. When we got back home, we were watching for all these hot spots that were popping up right in my backyard. I got to talk to Forestry, Cal Fire, the tankers. They were there. Wonderful, wonderful people, and I'm glad they can now go home to their home base, and maybe Forest Hill gets a break. But thank you. That's all I want to say is
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments very much. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay, well, this was the largest wildfire in Placer County's history. How about we keep it that way for a very long time? We appreciate that very much. And could we get a photo, instead of you all standing back there, why don't you line up here, and we'll try to capture this moment, and thank you.
Do you want to shoot? Which way?
And we can stand up here behind.
Want us down here?
On both sides of Megan's chair there too, we can get.
Split Megan's desk there, maybe, something like that?
Whatever you need to do.
Right there, Mike. Just peel it off from there and then pull it up to someone else.
While they're coming up.
I think we're okay up here.
I need you to squeeze in, maybe move the taller people in back and do 2 rows over here.
Come to our side too.
Or you can come to this side.
Yeah, there you go.
Sheriff's side.
Crossover.
Hey, no recruiting while here. Great.
Right. Largest photo we've ever taken in here, I think.
Huh.
All right. All right, are we ready? I'm gonna take a bunch. Keep your eyes open, keep smiling. All right, here we go. One more. Keep smiling, eyes open. All right, got it.
Thank you. We're just 4 minutes early here. There we go. I know. Yeah. Okay. Well, with that, we're going to resume our board meeting and go to item number 3 on our agenda, and that is a commendation recognizing Congressman Doug LaMalfa, who has entered our chambers. We're honored to have you here. And we'll start off with Supervisor Holmes reading the proclamation.
Congressman LaMalfa, if you step to the lectern, please, as I read this. And I appreciate the chair giving me the honor of presenting this to you. Thank you, sir. And I'll beginning it's in a manner of a commendation recognizing Congressman Doug LaMalfa for his 12 years of service representing the citizens of Placer County. Whereas Doug LaMalfa is a 4th-generation rice farmer and lifelong Northern California resident. And whereas Doug LaMalfa first assumed office in 2002, representing the 2nd California State Assembly District, where he served for 6 years. And whereas Doug LaMalfa was then elected to the California State Senate in 2010, representing portions of Placer County in the 4th District, and whereas Doug LaMalfa was elected to serve in Congress in 2012, representing California's 1st Congressional District, and whereas Congressman LaMalfa has forever been a strong advocate for agriculture and water and businesses, and whereas Congressman LaMalfa serves as a member of the House Agricultural Committee, where he serves as ranking member on the Subcommittee on Conservation and Forestry, and a member of the Subcommittee on Commodity Exchanges, Energy, and Credit. And whereas Congressman LaMalfa serves on the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, where he serves as on the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit Subcommittee on Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials, and the Subcommittee on Water Resources and Environment. And whereas Placer County is grateful to have worked with Congressman LaMalfa to address important issues, including the Placer County Conservation Plan, water, agriculture, regulation, energy, forest health, etc. And whereas Placer County commends Congressman Doug LaMalfa for his dedication and leadership on behalf of the residents of Placer County. Now therefore, let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors on behalf of the citizens of Placer County at a regular meeting held October 11th, 2022, recognizing Congressman Doug LaMalfa for his exceptional service to the people of Placer County. Congratulations. Now,
Thank you for reading that, Jim.
Yes.
And with that, do I have a motion to approve that? Then we'll go to public comment. Okay.
I move approval.
Okay, and second, Supervisor Holmes, Supervisor Jones. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll take public comment now. And then we'll say a few more words too. But I do want to thank you so much for your service to this community, and we're sorry that with the redistricting, I know we'll be close in your heart, but maybe not in your district any longer, but really appreciate all the strength and support you've provided this county, and all the meetings that we've had a chance to sit in on, and really look forward to seeing more forest fuels reduction plans and more firefighters, just saying. There's supervisors. Robert, would you like to say a few words?
Congressman, again, thanks for your public service. To the second example today of how agriculture is just a great foundation for public service. But been a pleasure working with you over these years. Wish you great luck in the future and Godspeed, and been helpful to me on some of my initiatives. So I want to thank you for that, and I hope we keep in touch, and I wish you well as we go forward.
Jim, did you want to say something else?
Doug, I too want to echo Supervisor Wygant's comments. Known you well since you were state senator. You've always been open. You actually come up into the district, making sure anything that you can help us with. You had a district office out by the airport, and had some. It was just a phenomenal approach for your outreach and coming to the county and listening to the people that have issues. And you had come in with an open mind and willingness to participate and help us. And I just wish you well on your future in your future district. But don't be a stranger. Thank you.
And yes, Supervisor Jones?
Hi, Doug. Congressman LaMalfa. I'd like to just tell you thank you for all of the years of support you've given me throughout my political career. I've known you now since about 2008. It's been a great journey, and wish you the best of luck in your future, and maybe we can see you again when we come back to DC for advocacy days, because we'll still be asking for your help, I'm sure, even though you're not in Placer County, but it's important because you all represent all of us in California. Thanks, Doug, so much.
And especially thank you for your staff, by the way. In case you don't hear enough, they are everywhere with their eyes and ears and so accessible. And that's a reflection on your leadership. So thanks for that as well, Congressman. Would you like to say a few words?
Don't ever turn down a microphone opportunity. No, I'm kidding. But first of all, it's just thank you for this honor today, Madam Chairman and members of the board. It's nice to hear the positives once in a while in this business, you know. But I know we've had very, very positive relationship over these 12 years, you know, and I'm glad that my team, wherever they're hiding in the room here, can be part of it. Because really, as you mentioned, I'm a first name person, Cindy, but you know,
that's okay. Go.
Too, but, you know, but that they are the eyes and ears on the ground, and they're the goers that really put a lot of things into gear for us, you know. So I'm glad we've had this very, very positive interaction all these years. And of course, you're welcome in our DC office when you come back, whether it's cap to cap or other advocacy timelines, because, you know, you don't forget your friends, right? And so the lines have changed. No, you know, I didn't have a whole lot to say about that. Maybe it was better that legislators don't have a say about that anymore. I don't know how that would go with line changing, you know, versus the commission, which has its own issues. But as you know, I guess I want to harken back just a little bit. I think the funnest times and the most rewarding, and I just enjoyed the most, was the 2 years in the state Senate with you all. And 90% of that comes back to proximity, you know. Now it's the commute, 2,500 United Airline miles each way, each week, and it's made it where I've been not being able to be as visible and with you folks during the congressional years as the Senate, because I really did enjoy, you know, campaigning in 2010, getting to know you all, and come to your events and all the things you got going on in this really neat part of the country here, you know, with the great history you have in here, in the towns, and how that all unwinds, you know, down at, you know, Blue Goose or all these other places that we go enjoy. And, you know, I had a chance to represent Loomis for a time, and Rockland, a portion of Roseville, Lincoln, and Colfax now, and you know, other areas all in between. Penryn, and if I'm gonna mess up and leave some out here, but the lines have shifted from there to the U.S. House days, but I always considered that, you know, Placer County was part of our honor of representation and responsibility, and don't really care where the line is. I don't know if I know exactly where the line is right now, but it doesn't matter to me, you know, because we consider Auburn a portion, and, you know, the whole works. So we're always enjoyed having our office out at the airport there, and you all helped us, and, you know, making sure that could work when there might have been a hitch or two on that. So so with that, the 12 years did fly by, and I hope you felt it was indeed, and you've expressed that as a positive interaction as I have. And so now, this isn't the end, obviously. Well, we're almost surrounded. I have Sutter County and a portion of Yuba County, and so we're just right next door, just a rock throw and a holler away, you know. So do call upon us, and we want to help continue the projects that are important, especially in the transportation piece there with 65 and the expressway that's being talked about going east and west there, because that'll just tie right into Yuba and Sutter County. So I'll have legit jurisdiction there to work with you on that. And so when we're defining infrastructure in Washington, we need to continue to define it as things that help move people and goods, and keep them safe when we're talking levee and flood control and water infrastructure, and yes, forestry, you know. So if there's a change of management in Congress after this election, I look forward to the opportunity to be in very possibly the chairman of the Conservation and Forestry subcommittee in Ag. And I want to get rocking and rolling on that, because we're way, way behind on how our forests, our federal forest lands especially, are managed. And that's really disheartening, because we've lost too much. I know that you're dealing right here with the Mosquito Fire, and they're going to brief me on that here a little bit, how it's going lately. Thank goodness we had that big shot of rain here a couple of weeks ago that really helped a lot. But we don't need to keep having these horrific statistics on fire and loss of life, loss of land, loss of wildlife, and our forest assets. We know what we need to do. We just need to overcome the political, the lawsuits, all that deters good management, and so it'll mean our communities are safer. You know, we've lost several towns in my district. It's just unbelievable to walk into Greenville last year after that happened. Paradise before that. Town of Canyon Dam doesn't even exist anymore. Others that have been very threatened, damaged. One called Klamath River up on the Klamath River. It's the name of the town too. You know, so we got to do better, and we appreciate your partnership on that at the local level. Appreciate working with your water agency too, who's very instrumental and a great voice on that. So we're still going to be on the same team, and we're still right nearby. So call upon us. I'm not a show horse. I don't run around worrying about how much media I'm getting. I just want to get the job done. My team does too. So count on us, and we'll work together. So with that,
Thank you. And
I'm not going to get emotional here, but thank you. God bless you. It's been a great partnership. We will miss you, but send the invites, and we'll sneak over from the next county and come see you, okay?
Thank you,
Thanks so much.
Congressman. We'll get a quick picture if you don't mind.
Sure, I'd be delighted. I'm usually not on the receiving end. I was told I didn't have to wear a tie today, so I'm kind of almost like business casual. So.
You don't have to. You don't have to. You'll be shocked if you get some.
Thanks so much, Doug. Take care.
I appreciate it. Citizens, I've been honored to do this for your county for these 12 years. And as I mentioned to the board, we'll be right nearby. Thank you all for those that have done what it takes to keep me around and be in touch with us. So, to the board, thank you again.
Thank you so much. We'll move now to item number 4 on our agenda, 1045 timed item found on page 7 of our board. 1040. What did I say? Oh, 1040 timed item. Our agricultural marketing program update and Plastergrown month proclamation. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, Chair Gustafson and board. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning, and just a lot of powerful presentations today, a lot to follow here. So, but thank you so much for your time this morning. It's a pleasure to be with you and present our annual update on the Plastergrown Agricultural Marketing Program. This represents the 21st year of the agricultural marketing program here in Placer County. With me today is Carol Arnold, who's the executive director of the Plastergrown organization, as well as Patrick Storm, who is our media and PR guru that consults with us. Again, it's a real honor to be entrusted with this program that really is hopefully a little bit of the fulfillment of the board's vision regarding balancing growth in the county with the preservation of agriculture, as well as our goals surrounding economic development and economic viability for our small businesses in the county as well. This is the second year of a 2-year contract with the Plastergrown nonprofit organization to do our ag marketing program, and so I'm really looking forward over the next year to work with our agricultural community and various stakeholders, kind of to envision or reimagine what the county will do regarding ag marketing and our agricultural land use policy. And so a lot more to come on that, and I'm really looking forward to working with you on that. But without further ado, I want to turn it over to Carol Arnold to give you her presentation, and then we will, I'll be around for questions at the end. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chairperson Gustafson and Board of Supervisors. It's always an honor to come and present this report every year. We're doing things a little different. Usually we do a cheerful video and go on our merry way, but I thought maybe today I'd talk a little bit more about the nuts and bolts of what we do. So, let's see, is this how this works? Okay, so we're charged with marketing and education of agriculture in Placer County, and that takes 2 prongs, 3 prongs maybe. One of them is education and exposure regarding agriculture to the public. And the other prong of that is how do we serve the farmers and help them market and sell. So that's what we're balancing all the time. We have a budget of about $146,000, 150, something like that, some change. $50,000 of that is discretionary. And in 2020 to mid, I'd say even into this spring, we had challenges not only from COVID, but I think from COVID recovery, because we just started doing on-farm events and recovering, I would say March and April of this year. During that time, as I spoke to you last year, we spent a lot of that trying to help farms cope with what happened with restaurant closures and outlet closures, events being shut down. But we're in a new phase and things are looking really good, so that's positive. So one thing we do is, this is for farmers, ranchers, wineries, and farm-to-tap breweries. Every one of those entities has an opportunity to have a website listing, to have social media training and exposure. They have an opportunity to have earned media spotlights, which is television basically. And then, of course, the desirable Plastergrown sign. So that's a basis for everyone. And I'm sure you can extrapolate that that takes time, because we get a call from a farmer and we're evaluating, you know, sometimes we help them on basics, like they say, we want to come into a farmer's market, and we say, well, you know, you don't sound ready. What about starting with a farm stand? So and then, you know, along with all the other agencies, especially the Department of Agriculture, we act as a bit of a triage point. You know, from where can I buy chickens to I'm having trouble with irrigation, we say, okay, you need to get a hold of NRCS or RCD or UCNR or the Department of Agriculture, whatever it is. So we do some amount of that. It's not huge like the other agencies, but we do act as sort of a triage point. So I'm going to move on to the next page here. So on the smaller end of things, every year we do a Auburn Chamber leadership tour. And this might seem small, it only serves 16 to 20 people, but they're future leaders, and we take them on tours of small farms. We took them to 5 small farms this year, and we did intense education about farming on a small scale in Placer County. And we do a lot of eye-opening work there with those leaders. We always support our year-round farmers markets. And of course, on-farm events is mostly social media. So Lone Buffalo Vineyards is having a Sunday brunch or something, and so we can step in and support them. A lot of that is mined. That means that Patrick Storm from Lemon Tree Agency or myself are identifying the farms themselves don't always reach out, but we're constantly mining social media. Of course, we have the Plastergrown Farm and Barn, and I'm going to talk more about that later because this is almost a 6-quarter report because so much is happening between this quarter and next quarter. We also did lunch and learn videos for Placer County. For your human development side, we did cooking demonstrations with local food, and that was really enjoyable. So we also partner with different agencies in the form of, like Ag in the Classroom had a statewide annual conference. They did a live video from the Auburn Farmers Market for that conference, another opportunity to do some intense education of people who can make a difference in agriculture. Something dear to my heart is we do the high school culinary tour from Roosevelt High School. 60 students come out. They are doing a unit on buying local and continuing the idea of farm to table in whatever aspect of culinary they choose. We feed them some samples and we give them some produce to take home to their families. And then they go back and cook. And this has been, I've worked with Angela Ash for 5 years, and it's an amazing program. They have students that come back and are very, very grateful for the opportunity to learn that there is agriculture in Placer County, and it influences their future, you know, and how they look at things. They taste good food, they know what local is, and so it's small. I understand that that's small, 60 people is small, but it's very powerful, potentially. We always support the Mountain Mandarin Festival. We usually provide a sponsorship. Last year we sponsored the food stage so we could try to get some local food in there. This year we printed the back of the postcard that Gary sends out, and that's just, you know, for more information about agriculture and our URL. It's a nice artwork. We always support the Mosquito Peach and Apple festivals, mostly through social media on that. And then like a different thing we do is like the Placer Ag Tour. We sort of act as an informational, like they call and say, well, do you know a farm that could, you know, and so we can provide information about individual farms. And also, kind of funny, we do things like loan people ice chests. So it's the macro to the micro for Plastergrown, always. The bulk of our budget this year, out of the $50,000 discretionary, was spent on refreshing our website. It basically broke. I don't know if you guys have heard anything, but it's now to the point that the only changes can be made by a programmer. So we've been in the process of rebuilding that. And as you know, it takes money. So, it worked out well, because as the events were slow, that meant our budget wasn't drained, and we were able to put that into infrastructure going forward. Josh has a staff person who has been working on a database. We've identified 188 farms to this date that will be on the new website, and all their information's verified, and Jessica has been in contact with every one of the farms, either through email or by phone, which is another data-intensive, time-intensive effort. And we're really excited. We're going to probably be doing some beta here in the next couple weeks, so that's exciting. Before I have Patrick come up and talk about social and earned media, because it's really a key part of the program, I want to just say that one of the things that your support of Plastergrown has done is we have been able to make somewhat of a culture change in people as far as asking farmers for donations. And that seems like a small thing, but it's a huge thing, because they get hit for donations all the time. And so if they're an agricultural event or operation, Plastergrown can step in and say, can we support you? Can we sponsor you? We'll buy the food. Please don't ask farmers for donations. And of course they can do it if they want to. We're not stopping anyone from doing it. But there's been a culture where farmers are expected to provide, the very thing that they supposedly make money on. So, that's something that we've worked hard on. Farm and Barn 2022 just happened on Sunday. We had 12 base locations with 8 additional farms, so 20 farms were represented, and we had 19 small businesses at various farms. We had over 4,000 attendees. Coffee Pot Ranch reported this morning that they had over 500 visitors at their ranch alone. It was extremely successful and safe, which I'm always, on Sunday of the Farm and Barn, I want to hide all day because I worry. So we have the FFA involved and Boy Scouts involved. They do the parking, and that's always really fun. Plastergrown provides brightly colored T-shirts and water to support the volunteers and to easily identify staff people. We also give the farms a stipend because the farms are paying for porta potties and things like that. So we give them a small stipend so it doesn't cost them as much to participate. They put in a lot of labor, but that's okay. So Farm and Barn was extremely successful, and I think that we're already thinking about, for the first time, doing a spring tour for dueling dogs. The Farm and Barn is their biggest day of the year, and exposure-wise, it's just invaluable. The map is invaluable. The Crop to Tabletop Dinner is going to resume this year. It's very small. It's not an event that's intended for widespread exposure. It's PR related, and it's an opportunity for excellent chefs to showcase Placer County produce and meats usually. And so we're really excited about that. That's November 6th. It's the priciest dinner we've ever done at $125 a person. I'm really uncomfortable with that, but with the cost, there's just no way around it. We're going to try to do some smaller, more family-oriented, like 20, 30 people, brunches and things like that that are more affordable. So that's a goal for this year. So that's where we're headed, and really, really happy with the way things turned out. It was kind of a lot of pivoting, trying to figure out what to do, but I can tell by the way the farmers reacted to this year's Farm and Barn that there's really been a sea change. They want it. The farmers want it. They worked really hard. It wasn't us just pushing. It was the farmers who invited other businesses out to their farms and who cooperated with environmental health and planning. And so I see that as a big change. They've always been there, but this year it was very, very strong. So I think the news is good. And I just look forward to the finishing out the year and to the changes that are coming. I want to give Patrick a moment to talk about social media. Lemon Tree Agency has been a key part of this contract. We couldn't have done this without him. I think the success of the Farm and Barn lays largely with Mr. Patrick Stormhair, so I'd like to recognize him.
Thanks, Carol.
Thank you.
Hi, Patrick.
Hello. Introduce myself. My name is Patrick Storm. I'm with Lemon Tree Agency. I'm the subcontractor for social media and PR for Plastergrown. I want to express my sincere thanks to the entire board, to Josh Hunsinger, our agricultural commissioner. This has been one of my favorite accounts of all of my accounts because it is so close to my heart. My grandfather was a farmer in Nevada County. I currently have a family farm of 20 acres down in San Luis Obispo. Agricultural is a key part of our family history. So, and my grandfather, when he migrated here from Italy, one of his first jobs was blowing up pear tree stumps in Newcastle. So he liked making holes. The social media aspect of Plastergrown has grown significantly over the last 5 years. We have over 30,000 combined fans on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We have been collecting all of our interviews on YouTube. We've had an invaluable partnership with the Good Day Sacramento crew, and especially Mahler Reel and Michael Marks. We've had over 80 interviews over the last 2 years, so we've had significant opportunities to reach a wider community through social media. And as you can see on the slides, when we're talking reach and impressions, reach is basically anytime someone is engaging with our post, and impressions are if it's actually been on their screen. So you can see that we've had over 1 million impressions on Facebook, 20,000 engagements on Instagram, so that's likes and comments and such. Reach in Instagram is more of it's just going through their screen, but they may have paused on it, but they didn't actually engage. And then Twitter has been one of those ones where we actually have seen a very slow growth, but we've seen incredible engagement, so that when they may not be following us, but we have over 5,000 people that have clicked to learn about Plastergrown by going through our profile and then visiting our website. So even though that platform has not seen an incredible amount of growth for us, it's still been an invaluable tool. So it's been a lot of fun, and if you'd like to learn more about us, I encourage everyone to visit our website that is being refreshed, and to visit us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And of course, you can also find us on YouTube and just search for us as Plastergrown, and you can view all of our other interviews. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Carol. And with that, Josh, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I did not mention that next Monday, October 17th, Supervisor Gore is not here today, but she is spearheading an event down in Roseville called Crops and Cul-de-sacs, and it is kind of an outgrowth of the agricultural tour we did this past June, and really it spurred a great conversation around just how much growth we are experiencing in West Roseville. And a lot of those folks are moving into Placer County, don't realize there is a lot of agriculture, including a lot of agriculture really butted up against the city there. And so this event is largely intended to kind of discuss and educate people on kind of living in that ag-urban interface where you may see things across the street that you weren't anticipating or have some impacts from agriculture. But Plastergrown will be represented there, and I really do see this as kind of the types of opportunities we have to educate the public on. Hey, you live in a city, but at the same time, just down the street, you have some great local farms, wineries, farm breweries that you can connect with. And so really, I think that shift in mindset to see development not just as, oh gosh, it's swallowing up farmland, but it's also it's a tremendous resource for our farmers in the sense of a new customer base. As long as we reach out and capture that customer base, it should, the farms that we do have can really benefit from these new residents who are out, establishing their lives here in Placer County, and really that quality of life that our farms and the availability of local produce bring to them. So do want to mention that event, and then kind of see that as an opportunity, kind of the wave of the future as far as Placer County ag and development go.
Great, thank you. So before we adopt the proclamation, I wanted to see if there was any public comment on this item or board member questions. Robert first, and then
Just at this
Jim?
point in my career, I just can't help but editorialize a little bit more, but I just want to recognize Carol. Since I've been kicking around here, I've seen the evolution of the Foothills Farmers Market, which came together right before I came to the board. But then growers got together, bit of a bumpy start, but that emerged into Plastergrown, which now is a partnership, a component of Josh's budget. I want to highlight that I think Placer County may have been the first county in the state of California, if not one of the first, to actually have an ag marketing component, which is now managed by Josh. And I just hope all of that continues. I think we see that open space, but the agricultural component of open space, a slice of our open space, is critically important to the fabric of our health in this county and the growth that we're experiencing. And I'll finish by saying this is the third time today where we've seen that agriculture is just an incredible foundation for public service. So thanks. I hope all that goes forward well in a healthy and innovative manner as years go on.
Thanks, Robert. Jim?
Yes, Supervisor Wygant, I echo your comments about the agriculture, the importance, heritage of agriculture in our county, which was the basis of the growth of Placer County over the many years. Carol, thank you for your hard work on this. I enjoy seeing you at the farmers markets periodically. Josh, you're rock star as far as I'm concerned. And Patrick, thank you. I see you out and about doing the videos and everything, interviewing people. So it's really, really a great program that's grown, no pun intended, but it does, we just need to keep going on it and making sure that it is going further as we move forward. But I can't leave here without mentioning the lady that actually started all this back in the day, the agricultural guru, Joanne Neft. She was the one that really got us all to try to promote agriculture and make sure that this heritage is not forgotten. So thank you all very much.
And I'll also echo those comments, Carol. I got to know Carol when we were trying to get a permit to have Foothill Farmers Market on Commons Beach in Tahoe City, and we had an agency, some issues with our Tahoe Regional Planning Agency on parking and requirements. So Carol's like, we've never had to do a traffic study, we've never had to do all these things, but we fought through it, we got it done, and it's a thriving market, and so it's so great to have so many of the Placer County growers come up so early in the morning to sell their great produce to visitors and second homeowners and full-time residents and restaurants up there. So it's really a great effort. So I'll read the proclamation and then look for a motion for this. In the matter of a proclamation recognizing October 2022 as Celebrate Plastergrown Month in Placer County, whereas Placer County has been farm to fork since 1849, when its early settlers discovered the agricultural gold that could be produced utilizing the county's rich soils, pure water, and perfect growing climate. And whereas Placer County has experienced an agricultural resurgence as many discover the rich potential that exists here. And whereas Placer County's land use policies place high importance on the preservation of agricultural land and the economic viability of agriculture in balance with urban development. And whereas Placer County's 2021 crop report was marked the first time that the value of the county's crops and livestock exceeded $100 million. And whereas Placer County is home to a growing and thriving farm-based winery and brewery industry, and whereas Placer County's mandarins are celebrated far and wide for their beautiful color and superior flavor, and whereas Placer County agriculture is a growing industry with exciting new investments being made on a frequent basis, and whereas the Placer County Board of Supervisors encourages all citizens to support our local farmers and ranchers throughout the designated month and beyond by purchasing locally grown agricultural products. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the above proclamation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on behalf of the citizens of Placer County at a regular meeting scheduled October 11th, 2022, proclaiming the month of October 2022 as Celebrate Plastergrown Month. Do I have a motion? I have a motion, Holmes, second Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Another photo? Do we still have a photographer here? She's probably gone. You can do it, Patrick. Okay. One more, Jim. Come on. Come on, Robert. Suzanne. Through. This is our day to get up and down and get our steps in, because normally we just sit there way too long. Yeah, you get it in the middle there. Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much. Great to see you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Good job.
Thank you. Great job.
Thanks again. Okay, we'll move on to item number 5 on our agenda. This is a Community Development Resource Agency item, Auburn Equipment Company LLC, General Plan Amendment and Rezone. Item 5 begins on page 9 of our board packet. Callie, hi.
Good morning.
Welcome.
I'm Callie Kedinger-Cecil, Senior Planner with the Planning Services Division. The item before you this morning is a project called Auburn Equipment Company LLC, General Plan and Rezone. The project site is located in North Auburn, as shown here. It is kind of between the airport and the city limits and just east of Highway 49. The project site is 1.9 acres and is currently undeveloped and is zoned office professional, combining design corridor, combining flood hazard, and combining aircraft overflight. The land use designation is professional office. The site is bound to the east by KOA Way. The Auburn Gold Country RV Park is to the north. There is a church to the south, an animal vet clinic to the east, and then multifamily adjacent to the south. Surrounding zoning to the north is industrial park. To the west, it's commercial plan development. To the south, it's also commercial plan development. And to the east, it's office professional. These parcels also have a combining design corridor, combining flood hazard, and combining aircraft overflight, and a unnamed tributary to Rock Creek, kind of borders the western property boundary. The project site is located within the airport land use compatibility area within B1. The star is actually incorrect. The project site is located right there. So this project was reviewed for consistency with the airport land use compatibility plan, which I'll discuss later in the presentation. So this project is not proposing any physical development. They are seeking a change to the land use designation and the zoning. The combining zoning designations of design corridor, flood hazard, and aircraft overflight would remain. So they're proposing to change the underlying land use designation from professional office to commercial, but retain the combining riparian drainage. And then for the zoning, they're proposing to change the base zoning of the site from commercial plan development to office professional. So what I have here in red, this is really what's changing. We're going from office professional to commercial plan development, but maintaining these combining zone districts. And as I mentioned, there's no physical development proposed at the site at this time. So a little background about the office professional zoning designation. It was established in this area in 1994 with the Auburn Bowman Community Plan. And the intent with this zoning was to incentivize office uses. There was a concern that commercial zone districts were being overutilized with retail, and so there was a desire to see more office development. So this office professional zone district was created, and it's located primarily in North Auburn in this community plan. And it's important to note that the intent of this zone district has not really been realized, in that none of these parcels, meaning the subject parcel and the adjacent parcels, have not been developed with office uses. There is a medical clinic that has been developed that's adjacent to the site in the office professional zone district, but that is the only office type use that has been developed there. The portions of North Auburn that have been developed with office professional uses that have that zone district tend to be very close to the hospital or very close to the government center. So those have developed with office uses, but it's important to note that that's primarily because they are adjacent to those large institutional uses. The office professional zone district is intended to be pretty limiting in its allowable uses in order to meet that intent of incentivizing office use, but as I said, it has not developed since that time. So this is, I guess, a little difficult to see, but what this is showing here is a comparison between the commercial plan development zone district and the existing zoning, which is office professional. So the commercial plan development allowable uses are in the left-hand columns here, and the office professional are right here. And as you can see, there's fewer uses allowed in the office professional zone district than are allowed in the commercial plan development. But the other thing that's important to note here is that nearly all of the uses within the commercial plan development zone district require a discretionary permit. So even though this is changing to a zone district, or is proposing to change to a zone district that has more permissible uses, all of those uses require some sort of discretionary permit. Furthermore, because the site is within a design corridor in an aircraft overflight zone, there would be subsequent review for design of future development, as well as ensuring that it's compliant with the airport land use compatibility plan. So as I mentioned, this project is seeking a general plan amendment to change the underlying land use designation from office professional to commercial. And what this slide is showing here is the existing commercial in pink, office professional is in blue, and then the purple up here is industrial. So there's existing commercial adjacent to the west and the south, and these are the areas of the professional office that have primarily been developed with office uses. So it's important to note that even though this is also office professional and is within proximity to the large institutional uses like the hospital and the government center, it doesn't really have a direct connection. It's bisected from them by Highway 49. There's no direct connection to Highway 49 from the project site. In the other areas that are zoned professional office that are closer to the hospital and the government center have actually been developed with office uses. So this is also to demonstrate that if this proposal is approved, that it would not result in a spot rezone or a spot general plan amendment, because it would be, it's adjacent to existing parcels that have that zoning and land use designation. So this is showing the existing zoning. The project site is shown by the star here. The red is in commercial, the purple is industrial, and the yellow is residential. So this project is proposing to rezone from office professional to commercial plan development. That's two commercial zone districts going from one commercial zone district to another, and there's adjacent commercial in the vicinity. This project was reviewed for consistency per the California Environmental Quality Act, and a negative declaration was prepared. The public comment period closed on May 10th, 2022, and we did not receive any comments. Because there's no physical development proposed at this time, there was no mitigation measures identified. And as I noted earlier, because most of the uses require a discretionary use permit, there would be further subsequent review when this site is developed, including a CEQA review, airport land use compatibility review, design review, and must comply with the zoning ordinance. This parcel is also within the Placer County Conservation Program boundaries, and so any future development would also be required to participate in the PCCP. An erratum was prepared for this project to clarify that that a mitigation measure was inadvertently included in the negative declaration, and to clarify that this project is a negative declaration and not a mitigated negative declaration. So that is why the erratum was prepared to clarify that. This project was presented to the North Auburn MAC on March 8th and as an action item on June 14th. We also, at that MAC meeting, the MAC voted 4-0 to recommend approval. There was one recusal, and we did receive one comment at the MAC meeting, as well as the Planning Commission. And that comment was from the property owner to the north, who owns the Auburn Gold Country RV Park, who had concerns about potential impacts to KOA Way. And so staff clarified that future projects would be required to make frontage improvements. So as I noted, this did go to the Planning Commission. We did get that one public comment regarding the road, and the Planning Commission voted 5-0 with 2 commissioners absent to recommend that your board approve the proposal. So with that, staff is requesting that you adopt the negative declaration prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. We are also requesting that you adopt a resolution to amend the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan land use designation of the site from professional office and riparian drainage to general commercial and riparian drainage. And we're also requesting that you adopt an ordinance to rezone the site from office professional, combining design corridor, combining flood hazard, and combining aircraft overflight, to commercial plan development, combining design corridor, combining flood hazard, and combining aircraft overflight. With that, I conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here and available. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Kelly. Are there any questions, board members? My only question might be, in the future, as we look at office and professional offices, given the nature of what we're going through with transitioning to home offices and people participating remotely, we might want to look at this in general, in our general plan update, as to the limitations on professional offices, because we see vacancies in other buildings in the North Auburn area and other areas that are being generated by this work from home thing. So as we're looking not only at this one, but at future, trying to be less limiting, I think there was a thought back in the day that we could push people to improve their properties to these types of uses, but they may not make sense in our marketplace anymore. So in our general plan update, we might want to think about that. Is that on your list?
Yeah, certainly. I'm sure Mr. Kwong is taking notes right now.
Okay. I'll put it on the list.
Yeah,
it's just that I think it's something for us to be thinking about, of, responding to the marketplace, and it is transitioning right now, so.
Yeah, we'll be bringing back the general plan, what's outlined ahead coming up before the end of the year, so. Great discussion.
And Chair, if I may, I think this is a second example in recent weeks where people are going through it one at a time, which makes for a lengthier and more expensive process.
Absolutely.
So that is something we're going to be looking at the general plan update.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public here that would like to address this item? Yes, Richard.
I may just be confused, which wouldn't be that unusual.
Richard, can you identify yourself for the record?
Name's Richard Lingenjoe. Is the Auburn Equipment Company represented here?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you going to speak?
Yes. Well, I think so.
Yeah. Of course.
Well, I was a little confused because in that entire presentation, I didn't hear the name of the company applying for this mentioned. And so I thought maybe I was looking at the wrong agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Would you like to come up, Larry?
Sure.
Sorry, I should have called on you first.
No, that's okay. And, you know, I'm going to be redundant, I guess, because most of the things I have to say have already been said by somebody this morning. But my name is Larry Farina, and I do represent the Auburn Equipment LLC. And this is the second time in as many weeks as I've been before you for a rezone in the North Auburn area. And I want to thank Callie for all the work she's done to put this together. I think we've been working at this for about 6 months now to get it to you for your consideration. I'm hoping today this request is a simple one and that this board will move to approve our application for this property rezone in the Auburn-Bowman General Plan Amendment. In order to understand why we're here, I just want to look at a little history in the area, and Callie covered some of it, but specifically, as we know, in 1994, after several years of preparation, the Auburn-Bowman Plan was adopted, and it was a forward-looking plan, and people essentially looked into their crystal ball and said, we think this will work. And unfortunately, this is one of those times when the crystal ball was a little bit cloudy. And maybe they were thinking, they were coming off the popular movie of the day, Field of Dreams, build it and they will come. And maybe they said, zone it and they will come. But in this case, nobody came. To emphasize the point, since this plan was adopted in 1994, there has been no office professional construction built in this zoning area. The only place that even resembles that is a veterinary clinic, and it was built before the amendment or the plan was drafted. So, simply put, this isn't a place that's desirable for anybody to design or to build office professional. And as Callie displayed up there, the zoning is so limited that this property and those properties around it have sat vacant because there's just not much you can do. So the owner of the Auburn Equipment LLC decided that for him to develop this property, he needed to rezone it. That's why we're here. We do not have a project, and I just want to specify, we don't know, he has not decided what he is going to do with this property. He just knows that now, once this rezone's done, if it's approved by you, he will have much more opportunity to decide what will be most beneficial to him and hopefully the community around him. So, our request again is simple, just asking that you would adopt this rezone and amend the general plan, and that's all I have.
Thanks
so
so much,
for your
Larry.
time.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? Then we'll close public comment. This requires 3 individual motions, the first of which is to adopt the Auburn Equipment Company LLC General Plan and Rezone Project Negative Declaration prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. Wygant and Holmes on this one. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Then we'll move on to the second item, adopt a resolution to amend the Auburn-Bowman Community Plan Land Use Diagram to change the land use designation of the Auburn Equipment Company LLC project site from professional office / riparian drainage to general commercial riparian drainage. Again, Wygant and Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And then the third item is to adopt an ordinance to rezone the Auburn Equipment Company LLC project site from, you've got it, a lot of acronyms, office professional, combining design, scenic corridor, combining flood hazard, combining aircraft overflight, to commercial plan development, combining design, scenic corridor, combining flood hazard, combining aircraft overflight. Thank you. That's why I read those, right?
Madam Chair, just to confirm, all those items are subject to the findings contained in the staff report.
Okay, subject to the findings contained in the staff report. So moved and seconded. Okay. Wygant and Holmes, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Hopefully you'll participate in our general plan update process so you don't have to come see us so much, Larry.
I attended the first meeting.
Great, thank you very much. We'll now move on to our 11:15 timed item. This is item 6, under Public Works, annexation and set a fee for services for the Crowley Minor Land Division Zone of Benefit number 132 in County Service Area 28, Sterling Point Estates. And Mr. Garner is here.
Yes,
Good morning, Will.
Will Garner, Public Works Department. And good morning, Chair Gustafson and board members. As Chair Gustafson mentioned, this is an annexation of the Crowley Minor Land Division into an existing zone of benefit number 132 for road maintenance. The existing zone of benefit was formed in 1997 and amended in 2009. It maintains 2 streets within the subdivision, Lake Forest and Sterling Point Court, and this minor land division, I'm going to stop saying subdivision here. Minor land division adds 4 parcels to what is currently 60 in this zone of benefit. So there are no additional streets to be maintained, so it's taking the existing cost in the zone of benefit and dividing it by now 64 instead of 60. So this year it will drop the price down per parcel a bit, and that amount of money is going to be $238 per parcel. And so what we're asking for today is, number 1, to conduct a public hearing to consider all protests, if any, to the annexation of the Crowley Minor Land Division into County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 132, Sterling Point Estates, for road maintenance and storm drain maintenance, and to determine whether written protests to the annexation have been received from a majority of property owners who own more than 50% of the assessed value of all taxable property in the proposed zone. And then, perhaps to adopt a resolution annexing the Crowley Minor Land Division into County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 132, Sterling Point Estates, and establish an assessment for road maintenance and storm drain maintenance.
Thank you, Will. Any questions, board members? Not seeing any here, so we'll open our public hearing. Would any members of the public like to address this item? None on Zoom? Okay, then we'll close the public hearing, and I'll ask Megan to tabulate the votes.
For this item, there were no protests received. We did receive 1 ballot that was in favor.
Thank you, Megan. And so we can move on to adopt the resolution, if so inclined. Holmes and Wygant, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Not hearing any, so there you go, Will. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll move on to our next item, and this is establishing the zone of benefit number 235 in County Service Area 28, Traverse City Park Estates, and set a fee for services.
Yes, thank you. Here's another one. This also does not add any new roads to the county maintained mileage. It's a subdivision that's being built around existing roads. And so this one is to establish a new zone of benefit, number 235. And the project is called Traverse City Park Estates, and it adds 24 lots consisting of single-family manufactured or mobile homes. They're surrounded by Vandenberg Circle, Billy Mitchell Drive, and Colin Kelly Drive. And so this one will set a charge of $111.28 per parcel to maintain, to participate in the maintenance of those existing roads. So with that, the action requested is, again, to conduct a public hearing to consider all protests, if any, to the creation of County Service Area number 28, Zone of Benefit 235, Traverse City Park Estates, for road maintenance and storm drain maintenance, and to determine whether written protests to the creation have been received from a majority of property owners who own more than 50% of the assessed value of all taxable property in the proposed zone. And then item number 2 is to adopt a resolution creating County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 235, Traverse City Estates, and establish an assessment plus annual cost of living modification for road maintenance and storm drain maintenance for all parcels that are or will be part of Sabre City Park Estates.
Any comments from board members? Seeing none, I'll pass the gavel back to the chair.
Oh, you can go ahead. Okay, then we'll open the public hearing. Have we opened the public hearing?
No.
I assumed not. Any public comments? Not hearing any, then we'll close the public hearing. And Megan, will you tabulate the ballots?
No protests were received for this item, and we received one ballot in favor.
Thank you. Entertain a motion.
Move the item.
Holmes? I think it was Wygant against Suzanne next time. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, Will.
Thanks.
Okay, we're on to our 11:25 timed item. This is item number 8, page 143 of our packet, County Executive Capital Facilities Impact Fee. And I heard Vanessa won't be here, but Greg is here.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Greg. Sorry.
Oh, no
You
worries.
got up there and I was looking around.
Yeah, I'm pitch hitting for Vanessa today. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Greg Bills. I'm a management analyst here with the CEO office. The item before you today is to adopt a resolution to accept the Placer County Capital Facility Impact Fee Annual Report and make findings as required by the Government Code 6600 and make the annual fee adjustment as required by the county code. The Capital Fee Facilities Impact Fee Annual Report is required by the county code to identify the amount of fees collected and used for capital projects needed to serve for new developments, and includes findings required by the Government Code 6600. The beginning balance of July 1st, 2021 was $21.2 million. The total amount of fees collected for the fiscal year was $11.8 million, including interest. And after a total of $18.3 million of planned contributions toward the Health and Human Services Center, Tahoe Justice Center, and other projects repayment, the balance in the fund was $14.7 million as of June 30th, 2022. The annual report includes an updated fee schedule adjusted by the annual consumer price index for all consumers, which is about 8.27% from June 2021 to June 2022. The updated fee will go into effect 60 days after the board approval and the annual report and the updated fee schedule. The Capital Facility Impact Fee Annual Report was made available for the public 10 days prior to today, and board meetings and outreach was done to our city partners, the development communities, and the BIA. With that concludes my presentation. My team and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate the report. Are there any questions? Jim?
Oh, no, I have no questions.
Okay. I'm not seeing from here. Any public comment on this item? Oh, it is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing on this. Do we have any public comment under the public hearing? Then we'll close the public hearing and consider adopting the resolution. Wygant and Jones, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our 11:30 timed item. This is Placer County Economic Development Division Programs Overview, and welcome, Gloria.
Thank you. I'm Gloria Stearns in the Economic Development Department, and I'm pleased to announce my team as well: Paul Griffith, Nicole Hinkle, Julie Johnston, and our super new intern, Ava Keck. We're here to give you an update on the different economic development programs today. And I've been told that I'm the program between you and lunch, so I'll try to be respectful of that.
No, we'll probably try to get through a couple other items.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right, so first of all, I know everybody in this room understands what economic development is, but I know there are people that watch government TV, so I'm going to run through a quick definition that I really like. And it's economic development is the intentional practice of improving a community's economic well-being and quality of life. And I like that word intentional, and you're going to hear that again later on in this presentation. But that's also one of the critical success factors for you as a board. And I'm really pleased that you have outcomes-focused economic development as one of your priorities. So who do we all help in economic development? We work with businesses, workforce issues, education. A lot of times in economic development, it's really a successful strategy to partner with educational institutions. It's extremely exciting that we have a new CSU coming and breaking ground. And we're already working with them to find out what are their areas of strength going to be in the future and planning on what industries might come and complement that educational institution. We're also looking at what are the strengths of the institutions we already have here, as well as what might be coming in the future, and how can we work with them, having internship programs, having places for the students who graduate to go off to work so they don't have to leave. A lot of times we hear about brain drain, and we want to make sure that people can stay here in the area. We work with local governments to make sure that they're fiscally solvent. I always go around talking to people, believe it or not, asking them about the funding of their pension plans and how they're doing financially. And if there are gaps in anything, that's where economic development comes in. We want to make sure that everybody is doing well financially. We work with nonprofits. There's a lot of things that government cannot do well or cost effectively, so we partner with nonprofits on a lot of things. And one of the things that I do is I give talks with different nonprofits about their fiscal sustainability. We want to make sure that they're financially sound, so that way they're able to be here in the future and to continue being our partner. These are some of the partners, and I apologize for the small typeface, but I've been talking to a lot of people in the few months that I've been here, and I am so proud to tell you that we have so many strong partnerships, and we're going to get to some of those really strong partnerships towards the end of this. But there's a lot of people willing to help our county and interested in economic development. So kudos to all of you and others who I may have missed. There have been a lot of reports about economic development throughout the years. The most recent one being the Tahoe Prosperity Report. There's a lot of good information in these reports, and one of the things that my staff will do is go back and make sure that we're implementing a lot of the recommendations that came out of these reports. We don't want reports that are good to just be sitting on a shelf. We want to be able to make sure that we're actually using them and respecting the work that has been put into them. So this is a little bit of how my brain works, and it's frightening to put that out here to the public, but I'm going to do it. So in my office, there's a giant map. It's about 5 feet of Placer County. And when I need to think, I just turn my chair and I face that map. And I really like looking at it because that's how I think about our county. So I'm going to start over on the east end in the Tahoe area. And in Tahoe, one of the economic development strategies that we have is to partner with them on destination stewardship. So instead of just promoting tourism, the Tahoe area has recognized that it's important to preserve the resources there for future generations. So they're educating people on how to be better stewards of that land. And one of the strategies that they have is to work with us, so that way they come down the hill, and we're having them at Placer Valley 22, which is an economic development event that's being held, and we're having them educate the people down the hill so they know how to best be stewards when they go up into the area to enjoy that beauty. We also have a report from the Tahoe Prosperity Center about the value of economic diversity. Right now, Tahoe has about 60% of their income coming from tourism. That's a lot of eggs in one basket. I think it's important to have diversity of your revenue streams. And so we're looking at ways, what if science became one of those things? What if we looked at forestry management, watershed management, climate issues? What if we were able to partner with educational institutions on things like that, which would tie into industry development as well? Downtown revitalization is another topic that we work with there. I've been asked to take walks in some of these communities and look at some of the vacancies, look at some of the events that they have, and see how we can help them to jumpstart some of their issues. And you're going to notice that that's a concern across the whole county. So what we're doing is we're looking at ways that we can leverage our efforts in things like that. So how do we make these groups to start working on these problems together? And I'll give you an example on this one, because it's kind of fun and you wouldn't think about it. King City and Roseville. So what do they have in common, right? Or Kings Beach, sorry. Yes, I say that. I apologize. I came from Monterey County, so there you go. That's not the first time I've made that slip up either. Sorry. Kings Beach, and my apologies to all the people in Kings Beach for that one. I love the community, and they did something that Roseville hasn't. They had a drone show. So Roseville hasn't done that yet, so they can learn things from each other. There's successful commercial corridors in Roseville, and there's good drone shows up in the Tahoe area. So I think it's fantastic that we can all learn from each other. We have these stakeholder calls, And we're forming these ad hoc work groups out of these stakeholder calls. So we can all partner together. There's about 200 people that are invited to these calls. I think on average about 30 or 40 participate every month. And then we form these little working groups on that. So I think the more we can leverage knowledge across the whole county and sort of help each other on these issues, I think that's a good strategy. We're also looking at creating libraries of information and resources within the county. So we'll be sort of the umbrella for all of these different economic development strategies. So people might not be interested in a drone show right now, but when they are, the data would be stored here at the county, so that way people in the county can access it and they don't have to go out and reinvent the wheel. We also believe that it's important for our catalyst projects to move forward. You're going to hear about those from Cedra later on today. And in economic development, we make sure that there are no obstacles coming up in their way. In the center of the county, 2 words, ag tourism. It looks so simple, but it's not. I know that our ag commissioner stood here just a few weeks ago, and he announced that the ag industry had generated over $100 million for the first time ever. I think that's an awesome accomplishment, and I think that needs to be emphasized and leveraged for even more. So we're looking at issues of how can we take agriculture and bring it to the next level. So our group is partnering with the Ag Department, with Cedra, and outside stakeholders to apply for a SALC grant. SALC stands for Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation. And with that, we hope to be able to make a plan that will preserve some of our ag land, but then also look at issues of ag marketing, ag tourism, ag ombudsman, as well as ag housing. So if we can do all of those under our ag tourism umbrella, that's going to be a big accomplishment. We'll apply for a $500,000 grant next year. Again, issues of downtown revitalization. So you'll see how that partnership would come into play if we have all of these people who can form little groups and start working together to make things even better and leveraging efforts. And then when we get to the south or west, and I'm still too new to know which one it is, I'm still confused by all of that. But when we get to the south or west part of our county, I have branding, marketing, and targeted recruitment as part of it. So we're looking initially at the Sunset area as to how we can create a brand, how we can market that to site selectors, how can we be intentional? Remember that word intentional? How can we be intentional about what businesses come? When you go out there and you look around, it looks like there's a lot of vacant land, but it really is a resource that is limited and finite, and it should be cherished, and we should be thinking about how we can leverage that the best for our county, not just who knocks on our door the first. So I think that that's an important thing to be looking at. We also need to leverage the business and educational connections, and I mentioned that earlier when I talked about the educational partnerships. Economic intensification is a strategy that I'm not sure has really been discussed a whole lot here, but when I went around and met with different city managers, a lot of them told me that they felt landlocked. And when you get landlocked as a city, it kind of puts a cap on what your revenue streams might be. So it takes a different frame of mindset when you're landlocked. And I think it's important to work with these cities on some of that, because you can look at strategies of jobs per acre or revenue per acre. How can you intensify your economic development efforts? And so our team works with the cities to make sure that they're accessing some of these strategies and considering those options. We're also looking at, and Ken Graham is going to wheel around in his chair right now, we're also partnering with the WPWMA, and they are looking at a business competition or a pitch idea for some recycling businesses. And we're pleased to be part of that. I believe he's going to be coming to the board probably in November, maybe December, to make an announcement about this competition, and that's with the Carlson Center for Innovation. But we're looking at how can we take something when they're having like a pitch competition, and how can we turn that into businesses that might actually stay here and do something with the WPWMA. And then again, catalyst projects. There's a lot of catalyst projects in that area, and we need to make sure that they all continue moving forward. So our work plan, this is just a list of some of our projects that we have in economic development right now. So CDBG continues. We'll be announcing some new programs again next year. The Business Resource Center continues, but we just received a $100,000 grant. So we're going to be looking at what I lovingly call BRC 2.0. How can we update the BRC to better serve the community at this point in time? Things have changed since COVID. People like to do business in different ways. So how can we help them in a new way? The BRE efforts, the business retention and expansion efforts, continue with the board, the Economic Development Board. Catalyst projects I mentioned before, branding I mentioned before, the Silk grant I mentioned before. Placer Valley 22, again, that's on October 19th, a big economic development event hosted by the various chambers of commerce. And our economic development group has coordinated 7 chambers from within the county to attend that event. So we are going to have a giant booth when you walk into the event, and we're kind of proud of the work that's going on. A shout out to Miranda's team. They're busy printing a lot of stuff for our booth right now. So I hope it's going to be beautiful when you get to see it. We have the stakeholder work groups that we mentioned before, and then we have the film office. This is the best kept secret in Placer County. We have a film office in economic development. A lot of people, even within the county, don't realize that. And some of the things that they're looking at doing are hosting a Flix meeting, which is the film liaisons in California. They all coordinate across the state, as well as a possible film festival. So let's talk for a few minutes about the film office. First of all, a lot of people like to think that because Hollywood is coming to town that there's big money. So I just want to explain something for a second about the film office. The permits are free, and that's one of the biggest attractors to get people to come here. When the industry people hear that the film permits are free in Placer County, that starts to differentiate us right away. So that's a really good tagline for us to have. This year, we've had a record-setting number of permits, and I'm going to get to numbers in a minute, but I just want to drop some names for you. So far, North Face, Toyota, Old Navy, Ford, and Honda have all filmed here. We get a lot of big-name firms coming through. Apple did a major product launch using our scenery. We have a feature film that's applying for Sundance. So it's not small things that are going on here. It's kind of mind-boggling when you consider the size of our staff and some of the things that are coming out of that office. So to explain economic impact with the film office, I just give you a simple example. What we look at, since we don't charge for our permits, we don't get any revenue that way, we're trying to generate economic impact. So economic impact in film industry is typically generated by your crew spending time in your hotels. So if you have a crew of 50 people, 3 nights, it's 150 hotel room nights. So the economic impact is the TOT that comes back to the county, it's the revenue that goes to the hotel, it's the restaurants where they're staying, it might be hairstylists that are coming to help the crews out, local hires, all sorts of things. So we track the economic impact. Last year, the economic impact was over $460,000. This year, as of September, when we wrote this report, we were over 2.2 million. That's an almost 5 times increase. So they are just rocking it in that office. And so far, the total room nights in 2022 is over 1,100 room nights. A lot of these room nights happen on weekdays as well. So that's really important because that's a time when our hotels are more vacant than others. I'm going to run you through some graphs on the film office. So this shows you the revenue for the economic impacts. So you can see the 2.2 million to the 461 and in years past. And I think there were some dips in there for COVID. There was uncertainty about filming for a while during COVID. The calendar year permit totals, we're at about 33. We're already above that. We've issued a few in just the last few weeks since this report has been written. We have more requests coming in. Total shoot days. This is kind of interesting to see. It kind of gives you an idea of what happens and who's been shooting things. So this year, the indie feature is our leading shoot night or shoot days that we had. So the person who did the film that might be applying into Sundance is our leading film days person. Reality TV has been coming to our area and filming different things. It's kind of interesting. I approve the permits, so I get to read these things, and it's kind of like, wow, they're doing that here? But they are, and they keep coming back, and that's the important thing. If we give them really good service, that's kind of our goal, is to get the word of mouth out, so that way they start telling people how easy it was to work here, how helpful we were to the crew. So I think things like that are important. Commercials at 20 shoot days. The film office future. So we're looking at possibly a film festival in 2023. It's not in our budget right now. We might ask for a budget amendment towards the end of this year. We might put it in the budget. No, we will put it in the budget for next fiscal year. So that way we can start looking at having something like that to become more of a cornerstone of what Placer County is and to leverage these numbers even further. If the industry starts to come and know who we are and have a good experience here, We expect that the graphs that you're looking at will only just start to skyrocket. The flicks, again, as I mentioned before, are the film liaison people who coordinate across the state. There's about 43 of them in California. And it's sort of a who's who in the industry, so they all kind of know each other. The other thing I want to take a moment to highlight and shout out with the film office, and this is a little off script, but I just remembered this. The Placer County, El Dorado County, and Sacramento County film offices have formed a very tight bond. And this didn't happen in years past, but this is a new thing. And they were celebrated for this bond at a recent trade industry event. And I happened to be there, and I didn't understand why it was like such a praiseworthy thing. But apparently, what they do is if they don't have a site, if Placer County doesn't have a site, we ask El Dorado and Sacramento if they have it, and vice versa. So we have like this little group that all works together and is all coordinating together, and that's how we send business to each other. So it's really kind of cool within the industry, and the industry has noticed. Location managers actually spoke that they really liked that. So that way, if we didn't have something, they didn't have to go out and find it. We already knew we can kick it to Sacramento, or we can kick it to El Dorado, and they're going to be helped. The FAM tours help with just familiarizing everybody with what we have here. We all know our county is beautiful. We just have to get other people to see it. And yet, this small group of people in economic development had to pivot. Much like everybody, and you heard earlier today about the Mosquito Fire, we certainly did pivot too. On the second day, we were outreaching to the businesses. It's going to break my heart a little, but I'm going to get through it, and you'll hear why in a second. We established partnerships, so the people that I had barely met with, one lady I had just met with 10 days before the fire, I called her up and I said, I need you and your group to be partners. She said, I've got you, I've got your back. So they are there for us, and they are offering to take phone calls from businesses, they're helping businesses, and tomorrow we have another in-person event there. And all of these people who I called to be our partners are standing there with us. So I want you to know, these people are helping us. And I also think it's important to know that the people of Forest Hill are helping themselves. They have been doing food drives, clothing drives, spaghetti feeds, you name it, they're doing it, and it's so impressive. So if we can do anything to continue helping them, I think it's important that we do so. Also part of the Mosquito Fire, and this one is important for a number of reasons, we're looking at the economic impact study. So we're trying to examine what is the cost of this fire. And that's going to look at a number of different issues. So the smoke went across at least 6 counties that we know of. And we are partnering with the University of Nevada, Reno. There's a professor who did a study on the Caldor fire economic impacts, and also the GSEC group, the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. So we'll be able to take the data that we get from all of these counties, send out this survey to all of our partners, as well as making new partners in Nevada, because our smoke went over to Nevada. So we'll be making new friends, but we'll be taking all of this data, aggregating it, studying it, and then coming up with a number. What is the total cost or the economic impact of this? People lost employment opportunities. So hourly people weren't able to get to jobs and get paid. Businesses had to close for a while because of the smoke. Some bridal places may not recover because self-respecting brides don't want to have their wedding photos taken in front of charred trees. So what is the economic impact of all of this? What is this number? So I call it just big X because we don't know. So what are we going to do with this big X, and why are we doing this? I think it's important for all of us to look at this economic impact and think about how we can change policy. So it's not just this group here. I'm sure this board will be using that number to look at different policy issues. But I think it's things like even the Forest Hill Fire Department. Do they need more bulldozer time? Did they not get it because of cost reasons? Does the U.S. Forest Service need a little nudge? Can this number help nudge them? Who else might need to know this information so that they can look at different policies? So onward, Fred Flintstone has joined the presentation. I love Fred Flintstone because before the car gets moving, remember the little feet? They all start going? That's how it feels in economic development right now. Our little feet are all moving, but our car isn't quite going there yet. We are just about to. There's a few things that we're looking at, though, and staffing is one of them. So right now, about 50% of my allocated positions are vacant. We just got our lists, though, so we should be able to start hiring soon. We're looking at a move to, oh, and on staffing too, we need to take a look at career paths for people. In economic development, I think it's a little different than just being a rote function of a job. You have relationships that you develop, trust that you develop. And if that walks out the door, you have to reestablish and rebuild. So I think it's important to look at career paths for people. We're also looking at a move for our Business Resource Center. So our staff moves from Auburn down the hill. So you've heard about the waterfall of moves. When I first heard about that, I thought we need to move too, but we're gonna move in the other direction, hopefully. And I say hopefully because we're already paying for 2 spots, so I'd like to just move down there and offer better service for the BRC. So we're looking at how we can fund some of that move. And software, last but not least, we need a CRM, so a customer relationship management software. So that allows us to keep track of who talked to whom and what was discussed, because a lot of times I might go out and talk to somebody, and a few days later, they might call somebody else on my staff, and they're not aware of those issues. Also, then we can track what is the best return on our investment. So if we take which kind of meeting, how are we creating more jobs? If we take which kind of meeting, how are we generating more revenue for the county as well as for the businesses? So I think it's important to be looking and tracking and measuring. And I think that ties back nicely to your outcomes-focused economic development. So with that, I will stop blathering on and welcome your discussion or questions.
Thanks, Gloria. Great job uncovering. I can't believe how much you've accomplished, how many people you've met with, and relationships you've already built in such a short period of time. Board member questions? Yes, Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Gloria, I see you've been very busy since you started here, but what I appreciate, you kind of took a look at the program and reevaluating it and see the efficiencies that can be addressed. So I welcome that, and I thank you for that. It's been a while since we've had an economic development update, and you really hit the ground running. I appreciate that. And so anyhow, that's all I have to say. I just wanted to thank you for bringing this forward. We've got a lot of stuff going on. We need more people. I think the idea of moving down to the resource center makes sense, because why would you have your 2 departments so far away? So anyhow, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Wygant.
Yeah, a couple of comments. One, great presentation. Congratulations on getting your feet on the ground so well. But one suggestion, WPWMA, like Kings City, Kings Beach, we refer to it as Wampma. I don't know where that came from, but Wampma. And then,
not wampum.
Secondly, I want to really commend you on your comments about the Sunset area. You know, really, we get one chance to convert property into development, and if we set good standards and do it efficiently, we'll get one result, and if we don't, we'll get another. But the area was, by design, back in 1997, made large, so we had a place reserved whereby the primary policy filter would be that anything that goes on out there should create excellent jobs, and now we're really seeing a lot of that work come to fruition, so I commend you on that notice. And then just to build on your comments about Forest Hill and how, in my view, Placer is such a special place, particularly in the state of California, and really a beacon if we take advantage of it. After redistricting, I did a town hall meeting down in West Roseville, in a new part of my district, and did your classic state of the county and stuck around and answered questions. And a fellow came up to me afterward and said that he used to live in Paradise, and of course their whole town was burned down, and he was evacuated down here and put up in a hotel in Roseville out on the west side there. And he was talking about how every day there was food brought in, anything that they needed, people were willing to get for them, either organized or just citizens volunteering. So I asked him if that's why he moved here, and he said yes. So I think if we acknowledge those kinds of things and announce them and communicate with each other, that's the kind of place we are, then it'll pay us good dividends over the long run. Thanks.
Great comments. A couple that I had as well to share. When we did the town hall, the very first town hall during the Mosquito Fire at Placer High School, a couple came up to me and said, we just moved here and we just have been evacuated, but we can't believe how much everybody cares about us in Placer County. And I thought that was, to your point, really what was great is that we're big enough and strong enough fiscally that we that we can not only care about people, but we can help do something about it. And so great strength of Placer County and our people. On the CRM, I would just remember that from my past, and remembering that a lot of the smaller chambers would love to have such software. So if you can help coordinate where CRM can be something that, as you're studying it, is something for the smaller chambers, probably Forest Hill. I know that the business associations and resort association have looked at it as well. Maybe it's something that could be coordinated, and again, a benefit of our economic development to coordinate that choice of that software and then to share contacts across it, because who contacts you is also going to be looking at those chambers for assistance in their projects. But tremendous energy you've brought and enthusiasm. I love the word intentional. And I think too often economic development seems kind of luck instead of really an intentional path and focus on what we're doing. And I got to co-chair that Envision Tahoe process, and really focusing on science and health as two of the major areas where we could diversify somewhat away from tourism to those other sectors was really astounding to me. And looking at a game plan versus other types of plans, really a strategy for bringing that in. I thought that was a hugely beneficial process for me to participate in, because I hadn't been part of one of those, and really appreciated your help with the discussion we had with some of the local farmers on the ombudsman concept. And they were so impressed with your willingness to step in and say, hey, maybe we can help secure some funding to get going with this. So really appreciated that too, Gloria. You and your team, I should look back at your team as well. Small but mighty, and all the efforts that you've done.
Yep.
So,
Thank you. It is very much a team. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Are there any public comments on this item? Okay, this was an update. I don't think we have any action to take, and we're not going to break for lunch yet. So our stomachs may be growling, Gloria, but we're going to keep going for a bit. And thank you so much for joining this team at Placer County. You've brought such great enthusiasm and education and process to our county. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all. It's my pleasure to be here.
Oh, Jane, I'm sorry. Jane had a comment.
Just a last postscript, Gloria, for you and your team. Thanks so much for your outreach to all of our cities and all of our chambers. I know historically some have viewed economic development as a zero-sum game, and I think you've really advocated and espoused a rising tide raises all boats, which is how we like to approach partnership with all of our local cities in these efforts.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Gloria. Okay. Then we're going to skip now to item 12, I believe. Is that correct? 12A, Residential Housing and Support Services. This is an amendment to agreement with our Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing, Inc., AMI Health, and this, hi, Amy.
Hi.
I have to look up when I'm reading, because all of a sudden there's somebody at the podium, so I don't have to look who's presenting.
When it all works well, that's
It all works well, just like that.
Okay, so good morning, or good afternoon, Chair Gustafson, members of the board. I am Amy Ellis, with the Director of the Adult System of Care, and I'm here with Erin Kador, who is one of my managers over housing and homelessness. So today we have an action item to approve an amendment with Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing for residential housing and support services in an increased amount of $856,000 for a new total amount not to exceed $1,078,300, and to extend the term an additional 32 months for a revised term of January 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2025, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000, consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. So AMI Housing has provided permanent supportive housing to formerly homeless Placer County residents at 3 homes that were purchased with whole person care grant funding. Residents pay 40% of their income towards rent, AMI Housing provides property management and resident support, while Adult System of Care programs provide case management and other services that support the residents. AMI Housing was able to purchase 20 permanent supportive housing beds with whole person care funding. The existing contract provided 12 units of housing. This new combined contract, so we're merging contracts with houses they already had, funded with a different funding source with these whole person care funded programs because the houses provide a similar service. So we are just putting them for efficiency into one new contract that has all of their houses that have this similar type of service. So this new combined contract will add housing supportive services for both the whole person care funded homes to AMI's prior supportive housing homes that were previously in two separate agreements. So since whole person care has ended, the ongoing supportive services that provides supports to these homes are funded similarly across all of the homes. So it is efficient to combine the funding into this one contract for all homes that offer this similar service for a combined total of 32 units of permanent supportive housing. So funds added to this contract will be used to provide 1.5 FTE case management, available during the regular work week, and 1.5 FTE monitor to provide support in the home during nights and weekends. This approach will give our most vulnerable, chronically homeless individuals the best chance at success. The 20 whole person care funded permanent supportive housing beds have served a total of 30 residents. 10 residents were exited, but those vacancies were quickly filled. The average length of stay for all residents is 1.6 years. This contract is fully budgeted in ASOC's budget and requires no additional general fund. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Amy. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Suzanne.
Yes. Hi, Amy. Thank you for that report. I'm curious, well, it's a lot of money, $856,000 that we're adding to the contract. Is it just for these full-time equivalents for employees to help out in the permanent supportive housing?
Yeah, so this contract term is extending for 32 months. So when you do the math there, it's about $26,750 per month that will go to support now 5. So because we combined the two contracts. So it's mostly to fund the FTE services, but there is also some other funding lines that can other supports to the residents as needed. I can have Aaron speak to specifics on what it can fund.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And so just in terms of some of the other lines, so we've got the 3 FTE for case managers and peer counselors, but there's also program administrative support, payroll taxes, benefits, et cetera, mileage, overhead. But keep in mind that it also provides the subsidy for those who are at these houses, so these 32 beds. So to help subsidize and cover any costs that aren't covered through the income that's received or any other benefit that might be able to cover the expense.
Okay. And I have to ask for my constituents, this is not going to be for purchasing any new houses?
No, this is for the 5 that have been in existence for several years.
Okay. And I'm curious, so the county, we pay all the expenses for running these houses? I know they purchased the houses with grant money. Is that correct?
Correct.
I should say I know, but.
And the supportive services are also with state and federal funding that comes to behavioral health because all of the individuals within the home qualify for the state and federal funds that support individuals with mental health and substance use needs. And that is really because the treatment services they receive is more effective if they have a place to live.
Correct. I can see that. Is there any way to kind of capture a dollar amount of how much the county does spend through these funds to help support and manage the care that we give in permanent supportive housing?
I believe we do have a report, I don't have it handy, that kind of summarizes total costs. But I don't have it here with me today.
Okay. If you could, that would be great. Thank you both so much.
And I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. Any public comment on this item? I'm not seeing any here or on Zoom, so with that, we have an action to take. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Holmes and Wygant, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to item 13, or I'm sorry, had to turn the page, 12B, and Amy, you're still here, so.
Yes, good afternoon again. Amy Ellis for the record with the Adult System of Care, here with Erin Kador. Today we are also asking to approve an agreement with the Gathering Inn for residential housing support services in an amount not to exceed $191,108 for the period of October 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $19,110, consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So TGI has provided permanent supportive housing at 3 homes that were funded with whole person care with the goal of housing Placer residents who were formerly homeless. At these homes, residents pay 40% of their income towards the rent. TGI provides property management and resident support, and again, Adult System of Care provides case management and other services. Funds from this contract are used to provide 1 full-time case manager available during the regular work week, another full-time monitor to provide additional support in the home, and they also assign additional monitoring staff as needed. Services provided assist individuals with staying housed and working with individuals to improve their level of independence. In the past 2 years, the 3 houses have served 27 unique residents. Approximately half of the residents in each of these 3 houses are original tenants who have been in the home for over 2 years. Prior to entering one of the 3 TGI whole person care homes, the 27 residents experienced homelessness for an average of over 4 years. TGI and the county work collaboratively to address any issues. For example, one of the homes has experienced a number of neighbor complaints. Back in April and May earlier this year, the county pulled police logs, increased monitoring of the contract, began having regular community meetings, and increased communication with city, local law enforcement, and the neighbors. While we typically would do a longer contract period, this contract is being renewed for only 9 months to continue to review the effectiveness of the changes made and the strategies being used now to ensure that any challenges have been rectified, and to create additional changes within the contract if needed. Erin Kador and myself have been committed to timely responses and follow-up related to these homes. We understand the importance of solutions to homelessness, working both for the individuals served and the larger community. We appreciate the collaboration we receive as we work towards solutions. This contract is fully budgeted in ASAC's budget and requires no additional general fund, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Amy. Are there questions, board members?
Yeah, I do have.
Yes, Suzanne, Supervisor Jones.
I'm just curious, you addressed the number of residents that have been served and then the ones who have left. Why have the ones that left, why did they leave?
Yes, so I can ask Erin to address, will just generally say that sometimes if they're not a right match for a program, they don't necessarily exit back into homelessness. Actually, a small percentage, a very, very small percentage of individuals that are permanently supportively housed ever enter back into homelessness. They typically go into different programs, either higher levels of care, lower levels of care, or just match and fit. But Erin, I don't know if you have any more specifics.
Good morning again. So just regarding these houses, one thing that's worth pointing out is that, of course, these are related to the original whole person care grant. And with those clients, they usually have kind of a constellation of health challenges. So, I mean, individuals transition for various reasons. I will say one is that they do pass because, again, they do have significant kind of medical issues that are being managed. But that is something that does occur. You also have those that just move to different houses because it's just not, the right fit in terms of the composition of the house, or just, other reasons in terms of fit that they say, well, I think that this house may be a better fit. On the same note, TGI will also proactively say, hey, it doesn't seem like this is necessarily the best fit, but this other of the 3 whole person care houses that we have might be another one, and they might pursue it for that reason. Also, one thing worth noting is that this is congregate housing. And so although it's permanent supportive housing, there is still that spectrum. And so there is still that interest in moving to non-congregate permanent supportive housing. So, that's also another reason that individuals transition from the houses. One last thing worth noting is that these are newer houses, and with newer houses, you're going to have a little more churn. And so I think, in the coming years, there will be much more settling in terms of who's there and for how long they are there.
And the only other question, Amy, I have is the time frame seems kind of like an odd time. It's not 6 months, it's not a year. Is there any particular reason for that?
It's just that the prior contract term ended in October, so it's just the last one is ending, that's the first date. And then through these meetings that we've been having with the neighborhood and wanting to honor, our ability that we're, gonna stay focused, we're gonna continue to work with them and make sure that the contract is right for meeting both the community's needs and the individual's needs. So we made it a shorter term, and we like to line it up with the fiscal year. So we ended it on June 30th, which gives us the weird 9-month time frame. But we'll be continuing to actively engage with our partners on this one and see if any changes to the contract needs to be made, and then we'll come back for a new contract term starting July 1.
Okay.
If all goes well.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thanks. Supervisor Holmes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I know that home in Rockland that you referenced kind of got off to a rough start. Is this plan going to allow more resources to monitor that home?
Yeah, so they did add about an entire FTE, so different folks, but when you add up the level of support, it's about another person.
Okay.
They extended the hours, they increased how much staff is on site. Plus there was some changes in composition, to just be quite honest. We had a particular individual, I think, that was mainly responsible for a lot of the challenges that is no longer in the home. And so since May, we did double check with the local law enforcement. They have not received any additional law enforcement calls on the home since May.
Okay, I appreciate the outreach, and Keith, I appreciate you working to correct that problem, and working with the city and the law enforcement in Rockland. So anyhow, I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Then I'll open it up for public comment. Keith, did you want to say a few words? You didn't sit here all day because you had nothing else to do.
Catch Robert afterwards to talk more about his fly fishing expedition. I'm available. Keith Dieterich, President and CEO of the Gathering Inn. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I will echo our commitment to the community. We did receive funding for 3 homes. We bought one in Rockland, one in Lincoln, and one in Roseville. One in Roseville and Lincoln has been very, very smooth. The home in Rockland has not been. There's a number of issues related to that. But one of the things that Aaron and Amy were talking about is that we did have one individual in the home that was difficult, to say the least. And then with the eviction moratorium going on with COVID, it was quite difficult to have any type of movement out of there. But the individual is no longer in the home, and as Amy spoke, or maybe it was Aaron, we haven't had any subsequent calls with law enforcement there. I want to add also that we're also engaged in monthly community meetings. I know some of the Rockland elected folks have been in there. Chief Banks is also part of those meetings as well, and we attend those to facilitate that communication moving forward. So you have our commitment from the Gathering Inn that we will continue to do so. The other thing of note is that we did add an FTE to that program solely at the cost to the Gathering Inn. We did not seek any reimbursement from the county to do that. So that's how much we are committed to making sure that this home runs smoothly moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate that. Are there any other public comments? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, then I'd entertain a motion to approve the agreement with TGI. Holmes and Wygant, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Aaron. Okay, we'll move on to item 13, and this is on page 197 of the board packet, Human Resources, updates to the uncodified schedule of classifications and compensation ordinance.
Good afternoon,
Hi,
members of the board, Madam
Susan.
Chair. I will try to make this quick because I know you're probably all getting hungry. As you know, HR normally will review our class specifications and our classification structures to make sure that we're meeting department needs, service needs. The item before you today is on behalf of the Assessor's Office. This is kind of a long-term study that our office has been partnering with the Assessor's Office on. We did enlist the assistance of a consultant. There were 46 positions in total that were studied. Overall, all of the positions were deemed to be appropriately classified, but there were some improvements that were suggested by the consultant and later approved by the Assessor's Office and HR. One of these had to do with the appraiser technician position. I should back up and say that the positions included in this included technical, professional, and supervisory. So they wanted to do a very comprehensive study on that. On the appraiser technician, the class specification included duties that were both related to assessment and appraisals, but what was noticed is that the assignments were position specific. Either staff were assigned assessment work or appraisal work, but not both, and those positions were not determined to be interchangeable. Therefore, the consultant suggested that a new classification of assessment technician to be compensated at a comparable level be created, and 7 of the 12 appraisal techs were reclassified into that new assessment technician position. In addition, because there was a 3-year minimum qualification requirement at that appraisal technician level, it was suggested that in order to support the department's succession planning efforts and kind of build a bench with a entry or trainee level, that both the appraisal technician and the assessment technician be converted into flexibly allocated levels classes with an entry level and a journey level so that they could train up additional qualified staff. Finally, the assistant and associate appraiser classification, also flexibly allocated, was recommended to just be retitled to a appraiser 1, appraiser 2. That's more consistent with the county's classification plan. And when the consultant looked at the relevant labor market, it seemed that more aligned with what other agencies are doing. There's no fiscal impacts with what's requested of you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Suzanne. Any questions? Not seeing any from the board. Is there any public comment on this item? I see none, so we can accept a motion. Holmes and Wygant, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thanks, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Okay, Public Works. This is item 14A, page 201 of our packets, Local Transportation Funds, State Transit Assistance, and State of Good Repairs Claims, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and Placer County Transportation Planning Agency.
Got them all in there. Hello again, Will Garner, Public Works Department. And this is an annual item we bring every year. That is the claim for Local Transportation Funds, State Transit Assistance, and since 2017 anyway, State of Good Repair Funds. The Transportation Development Act has been around now for about 50 years, and it's the main funding source for transit services in California. In smaller counties, that being counties under 500,000 at the decennial census, we can also use the funds for road maintenance. So we have that in here as well. But this set of claims that we're asking you to approve today totaled roughly $11.5 million. It's about the same as last year. I will say it's still higher than expected when we went into budget. And so again, like last year, we're using some of the funds for one-time things like our compressed natural gas fueling station in Tahoe needs a bit of an upgrade. A future zero-emission bus charging station at TART in Tahoe is on the very close horizon. And then we're contributing to the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency's effort to do a Western Placer or South Placer area transit plan in the upcoming calendar year. And then also these fund mostly our transit operations, labor, fuel, maintenance, those kinds of supplies, those kinds of things to run the operations at both Placer County Transit and Tahoe Truckee Area Regional Transit. So today, we're recommending that your board adopt a resolution to execute and submit claims for fiscal year 22-23 Transportation Development Act funds and Senate Bill 1 State of Good Repair funds in the amount of $11,448,869. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Will. Any questions, board members? Not seeing any. Any public comment on this item? We're not seeing any public comment, so we'll move to an action item. Would anybody entertain a motion? Thank you, Supervisor Wygant and Jones. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Then we'll move on to item 15 on our agenda. This is resolution of intent for the renewal of the Olympic Valley Alpine Meadows Micro Transit District. Hi, Lindsay.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Gustafson and board members. My name is Lindsay Romack, and I'm with the County Executive Office. And I will keep this fairly brief to get you to lunch. But I'm here today about the resolution of intent to initiate proceedings to renew the Olympic Valley Alpine Meadows Microtransit District. So very brief history of the Olympic Valley Alpine Meadows Microtransit District. The Microtransit Assessment District was approved by your board in August of 2018. And formed officially on October 1st, 2018, when they began collecting assessments. The Microtransit District is a type of a tourism business improvement district, or TBID, but this one specifically goes towards transit services. The district assesses lodging, lift tickets, and lift ticket packs. Though I will make note, in the original management district plan that your board approved, it did not include the lift ticket packs. Those are the 4 packs, so not a season ticket and not a one-day lift ticket, but Palisades Tahoe did voluntarily assess these ticket packs, so they are included in the current assessment. And this microtransit district operates the on-demand app-based Mountaineer service, which runs in Olympic Valley and Alpine Meadows in the winter season. And this is operated by Downtowner, which is the same operator that operates the TART Connect microtransit system in our region as well. So a little bit of statistics for you since this has been in place since 2018. They have moved more than 200,000 passengers during the winter season when they operate. They transport an average of 486 passengers per day, and about 50% of those rides are shared rides. I will also note that 2 of their seasons were impacted by the COVID pandemic. Palisades Tahoe shut down early during one season, and then they pulled back a lot of their service during the second season affected by COVID. So I'm guessing those numbers would have been quite higher if it would have been normal years. So moving forward, the Olympic Valley Alpine Meadows Microtransit District is looking to renew. And so one of the main changes that would be in the new management district plan is a new name to more appropriately catch the name of the valley that we're all using now. So it would be the Olympic Valley Alpine Meadows Microtransit District. The term would run from February 1st, 2023 for 5 years till January 31st, if approved by your board. And one of the other big changes is they are proposing to increase their assessment. So currently, lift tickets, lodging, and lift packs are assessed at 1%, and so this would raise the assessment to 1.5%. That would bring their annual assessments to just over $1 million that would then be able to go towards this microtransit district. So you, I think, are all familiar now with tourism business improvement districts, but how this works is the assessed businesses have to submit petitions, and if more than 50% submit petitions in support of this TBID, then it moves forward to you for this resolution of intent. So businesses representing more than 77% have submitted petitions in support of this. And I will make note, we are still calculating with Civitas, the consultant that's working with Olympic Valley Alpine Meadows Microtransit District. They have a slightly higher number, so we're working on that with our Revenue Services Department. So it might end up more in the 82-83% range, but we do have confirmation and verification from Revenue Services that it's at least at the 77% support. So we received petitions that folks are interested in continuing and renewing this assessment. So this is just a brief timeline for your board. Where we're at today, October 11th, coming to you for a resolution of intent. If you take action to adopt that resolution today, then the clerk of the board's office will be mailing out notices tomorrow to all affected business owners. They have a 45-day period to submit responses back. Then on November 8th, we would return to your board to have a public hearing to hear feedback from anyone who would like to share it with you. And then if everything continues to move forward and your board is interested, it would be back to you on December 6th for a final public hearing and potential renewal by your board. I will note that if you do take that action on December 6th, there would be an additional action coming to you December 13th, which would be to modify the current district, because the current microtransit district actually does not expire till September of next year. So you would modify it to terminate that early and then have this new one start as of February 1st. So the last slide is the action requested today, and that is to approve a resolution of intent to initiate the proceedings to renew the Olympic Valley Alpine Meadows Microtransit District. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Lindsay. Any questions, board members? Well, I do.
Thought you might.
Typically, if they had just gone to renew, it would have been able to have been eligible to go for 10 years, correct? But because they're making changes, is that why it's only for 5 years? So they have to go through this period again. And have you, through any of the public meetings, have you heard any concern about it now? When the other TBID was layered on top, they tried to equalize the amount visitors paid throughout the region. And now this is going to jump the Olympic Valley Alpine Meadows area up another 0.5%. Has that raised any concerns from lodging or?
Have not heard any concerns yet, and the Olympic Valley Alpine Meadows Microtransit District has been working in collaboration with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, brought this item to their board, so I know there are continued discussions. And one thing I will note, Supervisor Gustafson, too, is that it is in this proposed management district plan that they will continue to look at potential integration of their system into the broader TART system, as well as potential integration into the broader regional TBID. So they do acknowledge that that could change in the future, but at this time, moving forward separately.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying those two items. Okay, not seeing any other questions. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay. Oh, late hand raise.
Joy, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning, good afternoon. I guess it's afternoon, Supervisor Gustafson and members of the board. I'm the executive director of Mountaineer Transit Company. My name is Joy Doyle. And I just wanted to respond to your question, Supervisor Gustafson, about the 5 years. And that was, we could go anywhere between 5 and 10 years, according to Civitas. And we chose to go with 5 years, just recognizing how quickly things change. So, and also to work in the spirit of cooperation on this future goal of integration with the regional system. It may be within a 5-year period of time that it's appropriate for us to integrate into the regional system. So hopefully that answers that question.
Yes, thank you, Joy. I appreciate that. Any other comments, Joy?
Nope.
Great. Well, it sounds like tremendous support from the business community. So with that, would there be a motion? Thank you. Supervisors Wygant and Jones. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Roll call. Apologize.
Supervisor Gore, absent. Wygant? Yes. Holmes? Yes. Jones? Yes. Gustafson?
Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Lindsay. Thanks, Joy. So that now takes us to our closed session. County Council, will you make our announcement?
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 1 item of real property negotiations, 2 items of existing litigation, 2 potential cases of initiation of litigation, 1 potential case of significant exposure to litigation, and 1 item of public employment.
Okay, the board has returned from closed session. County Council will give a report.
The board met in closed session to consider the following: conference with real property negotiators. The board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. Gore absent. On existing litigation under In re Randall Anglin, the board heard a report and authorized settlement by way of stipulation with a request for award on a 4-0 vote. Gore absent. Sierra Watch versus Placer County, the board heard a report, no action requested or taken. Under anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, on the first potential case, the board heard a report and authorized initiation of litigation on a 4-0 vote. On the second potential case, the board heard a report and authorized initiation of litigation on a 4-0 vote. Under significant exposure to litigation, 1 potential case, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. Under recruitment process for county executive officer, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 4-0 vote. Again, Gore absent on all of these, and that concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you, Karen. So now we'll return for item 10A on our regular agenda, 2 p.m. timed item, just a little bit late. Thanks for being patient with us. And this will be a presentation from Cedra on current and projected development activities and additional positions needed.
Good afternoon, Chair Gustafson and members of the board. David Kwong, your Cedra Director. The theme today for this development update is really focused on West Placer, but we'll touch a little bit on East Placer as well. I'm fortunate enough to be here after 4 months and doing a assessment of our agency, all the divisions, and giving you an update on all of the development activity that's going on. But when I say I, is really the whole team. I want to be able to emphasize that behind me are a couple of my deputies online as well, and some of the managers behind me, because I could not have done this assessment without their help. So it really has been an effort that has been really, for the most part, even including line staff and managers and myself in giving you this report. So I really want to recognize that. Where we're moving toward at this point with all 5 specific plans is really trying to get to shovel readiness. The purpose of the presentation today is really reviewing our current and projected activities, discussing what these activities might mean in terms of our operational divisions, discuss our staffing needs because of these impacts, and then conclude with our next steps. This is a slide you might recognize as part of the budget presentation back in April. At that time, this was something that was brought before the board in terms of a request for additional positions as well. At that time, what happened was there was a pause for 2 reasons. One was because I think you were waiting for your new Cedra director here to come and make his own, thank you. his or her own assessment, and I've worked with the staff again to do so. The second thing is there were a lot of MOUs in play at the time, and I think the budget was still kind of in flux in terms of understanding what those items might mean for the overall county budget. But we're back from April till about now, and we've done some additional detailed assessment. And I should say at that time when we presented it, there's a estimate at the time of 30,000 homes that are part of the 5 specific plans and several other larger non-specific plan projects as well. This is a quote that was concluded by the end of August of this year by the North State BIA, and it was reported out in September, just a month ago, in terms of the development activity for new single-family homes in the 8-county region that makes up the North State BIA membership. The purple slice is Placer. And basically for that 1 month, it basically you can identify it's basically 50% of all sales, inclusive of all cities, within that 8-county region. So this is a summary of all the subdivisions and the amount of lots that are really being created at this moment. Typically on the annual basis, what the county sees is about 4 to 10 subdivisions a year. We have 47 at this point we're working on, and more have actually been received in the last couple of weeks, including today, that have not been accounted for in these numbers, just because we basically had to stop, updating the PowerPoint about a couple of weeks ago. So it's actually more than 47. This is about 4,400 lots that are being created at this point. This is the 5 county-specific plans that are interlaced amongst the cities of Roseville, Rockland, Loomis, and Lincoln. You can see their adjacencies with regard to these cities and how some of these developments really be, again, interlaced with the cities. On one side of the street, you might actually be in the city of Roseville, and on the other side of the street, you're going to be in the county unincorporated area. But just kind of showing you how the growth patterns are occurring on the west side of Placer. This is an indication from all of our sources, Acela, our Keyless program, and all of our Workdays transactions in regard to the last 3 to 4 years of fiscal years of workload activity, from anything from a customer walking into a phone call that's tracked to a permit activity that's conducted by building or planning. And you can see the significant increases in the last 3.5 years, fiscal years, in regard to the volume of activity that's occurred within our county. I'm going to spend a few minutes on this thing. This is actually a very good exhibit of specific plan development for the most part, even in, some similarities even with non-specific plan development. We've got the 5 specific plans oriented by color here, and the arrows reaching from planning, engineering to building. And then we have a cycle loop because that's what a lot of development does. So we'll take Riolo Vineyards with 933 units, for example. That's the entire specific plan. That specific plan itself is almost half built out, or actually probably by this time it's already half built out. It's a smaller specific plan. But what happens oftentimes is the builders will come in and work with the developers and adjust their lot sizes, and therefore their housing product. And when that happens, they'll come in and visit the planning folks. And while they're trying to do that, they're also trying to get improvement plans, surveying done, and final maps done at the same time. So once that's done, then it goes over to a building shop and get their homes built. We've probably got over 1,000 homes built already in West Placer County by this time in the last 1.5 years. But what happens is they don't come in at 933 lots at one time. They come in at 100 lot batches or 125 lot batches or maybe even 150 lot batches, and they go from that perspective. And what happens is you have the development of a final map with every 150 lot batch, for example, and it goes cycle after cycle until they build out to the 933. What happens though is all 5 are going on at the same time. So all 5 are going concurrently, and that's not even including the non-specific plan lots. Regional University, you can see, is just short of engineering. We wanted to call that out because specifically their last amendments were in 2019. Well, they're finally coming in. They're trying to sell off their community parcel lot and retain their college lot. And so what you're going to see is we're actually trying to move that forward and bring that to the board before the end of the year. But to the extent what's happening is once they get past the planning timelines, then the next step is almost concurrently, they're going to hit the engineering and building divisions, because then they'll be ready to sell to a builder and get the lots sold and built. So I wanted to use this as an example of what you're seeing today in today's market is all 5 specific plans moving at the same time, but they're all at various different stages, and they're all coming in usually in about 100 to 150 lot batches. So just kind of give you an overview of planning, engineering, and building. This is planning. This is the amount of activity planning is seeing today. We've had 55 pre-development meetings in addition to all the other work that's occurring in the last 12 months. We have 237 entitlement applications that are active today. 60 of them have environmental review with 13 environmental impact reports that are being processed by our agency. This is a last 10 years of development in terms of planning timelines, and another projection of next 4 to 5 years as well. Where you can see us now is somewhere between fiscal year 22 and 23, and we're still at the very height and crest of where planning timelines are at from our agency standpoint. So it really is at the highest, and we're projecting still a 5% increase per year, year over year, out to year 2027. So not to forget the east side, we wanted to make sure you saw that this is just a listing of the number of the larger projects in Tahoe. And you can, I'm not going to read them off to you, but I think many of folks are already aware of these. And to the extent that what I really want to impress upon you is even though we have as much self-sustaining Tahoe office, there's still a lot of work that's still done by planning and engineering on the west side as well. But there are a lot of projects, as you can see, that are active currently on the Tahoe side. Then we've got other efforts going on. Long-range planning efforts in regard to the priority projects we identified and brought some of the original concepts to the board. One of the things that we're really trying to kick off after 28 years is a comprehensive general plan update. We believe that once we get the standards and policies in place with the board, we'll set the way, the vision, the growth patterns for the county. And I'll touch a little bit more on that in a second. But you can see all the other long-range planning efforts that are also being done by a lot of the great staff at CEDRA. So touching a little bit more on the general plan update, we estimate this will be a 4 to 5 year project, including the environmental impact report aspect of it. We'll be bringing something to you as a board more fully fleshed out in terms of a additional funding requests for a general plan update as well. This will include a lot of outreach. Much of the general plan update includes visiting and talking to neighborhoods and community groups as to how they want to see their community grow, and then making it more of an iterative process to really formalize policies, and then finally the environmental impact report to analyze what the growth policies might look like for Placer County. This is a 3-year analysis of the engineering and surveying work. You can see in the last fiscal year, this goes up to August of 2022, but you can see the last fiscal year in terms of what the trend has been. Our peaks are higher and our dips are not that low. And it's just showing the sheer amount of work our engineering surveying division is doing today, really validating the work that is being proposed in terms of not just the planning timelines, but actually creation of the lots. This is a projection, including, you can see dating back to 2015, what growth pattern has been in terms of lots created by improvement plans. And you can see in the last, from the year 2015 to 2019, that was still reflective of non-specific plan growth. Specific plan growth really started in 2020. It takes 1.5 years to 2 years to get all the surveying and engineering work done, the lots created, and then about 9 months to build a house typically. And you can see basically where we're at in terms of 2022, 2023, in the amount of lots that are being created through the improvement plan process. But you can certainly see the incline from the basis of when specific plans really kicked off. This is an indicator of the building division work. The blue bars are the building permits submitted, and the orange bars are actually final. Well, again, it takes 9 months or so to build a house, and so you start a building permit process in one fiscal year, oftentimes not going to complete it until the next fiscal year. And where we're at right about now is fiscal year 22-23, and we have about 800, as you can see, it's really high at this point, but ending June of last fiscal year, we had about 806 building permits submitted into the county. And you can tell from the standpoint of that's been the highest it's ever been. And then to touch on this from two places. This is a representation of the pie chart in terms of the valuation of commercial projects that we work on as well. This is about 1.5 to 2 years worth of commercial valuation projects, including diversity affordable housing next to our offices. But I also want to not only understate that there's been $279 million worth of valuation work here, but we're also working on Plaster Commerce Center as well, which is a 6.4 million square feet, 400-acre project by Buzz Oates that's in the Sunset planning area. As you might recall, the board's approved a couple items in regard to ARPA sewer improvements out there in Placer Parkway. We're really trying to forward the economic development aspects of that Sunset area, and that will really help champion the Sunset area in terms of the Placer Commerce project as well. So there's a lot of commercial that's following the residential work as well. This is a indicator from the last, looks like year 2000 on. Again, the blue bar is the building permits submitted, and the orange bar is what's been actually approved. And you can just see the sheer amount of activity that our counter is seeing today. And we're really at the highest part on the far right in terms of orange and blue bars. And the black line is an indicator of the staffing that has been traditionally since the last 20 years from our counter. And we're certainly not at the lowest, but we're certainly not anywhere close to the highest we've ever been way back in 2000. But we're handling a significant amount of volume at this time. And then, of course, we have a lot of housing operations going on. That will continue to be one of the priorities for the county, board's priority in terms of the critical success factors. And you can see in 2021, the sheer amount of housing grants that was submitted for and then also achieved by our housing staff. Now, of course, Jane's staff. But I do want to, not show this and show you the sheer amount of housing activity that's going on as well. Then I also wanted to touch on next couple of slides in regard to code compliance. We're going to come back in late November with a more comprehensive review of code enforcement efforts. But at this point, it's just an overview in terms of the sheer amount of activities going on. We have over 200 cases. I believe it's like 217 cases. We have 4 officers for all of West County, West Placer County, and we have actually 3 officers, and there amounts to around 50-something cases per code officer. And what we'll be asking for as part of this request, as you'll see also, is an additional 4 officers and an admin tech in regard to just handling the regular code enforcement workload, and then also the hazardous vegetation workload. And all the work that they've done in regard to that program as well. So again, we'll be back in November with additional information in regard to the whole code compliance program and what other models that the board would like to see. So this is not just a request for staffing. I wanted to ensure that the board knew that there's a continued culture change within the staff and the agency. We're also continuing to make some efficiencies out there as well. So you can see from the standpoint of all the e-permitting and electronic type of processes we put in place. We continue to try and make Tahoe as self-sustaining as possible so things are a little bit quicker without having to come back to Auburn. But there's still a close coordination from that standpoint. And then we continue to make Acela enhancements in the overall program. There are a couple of things that we're going to continue to work on. In the new calendar year, I'm going to work on the strategic plan with the leadership and the management in terms of CEDRA. We're going to continue to work on some ordinance updates and a couple other major things, as I mentioned already, the general plan update. But we're going to also work on the land development manual update in regard, and that's a little dated, 15, 20 years as well. But that's to provide some certainty in terms of standards for our development community out there. This is CEDRA in terms of last 3.5, 4 fiscal years. There has been some increases in terms of staffing, as you can tell from 2019 forward, but that really was to address the staffing needs and the sheer workload at the time, just probably earlier this calendar year. What I wanted to do with this PowerPoint slide was really just show you a couple of things. One is where the staffing requests will be. We are asking for 25 additional positions, but they range from line staffing to managers, and they range throughout the entire agency in terms of the work aspects and which division they fall into and what their job duties will be. And I am actually, as part of this overall program, asking for an assistant director as well, in regard to being my champion in terms of ombudsman, helping me fulfill that duty when things get stuck or when processes get stuck, or we need to reinvent new processes or ordinances and bring that before the board. So the position request today is 25. They're broken out into the various different positions, as you can see there. And we will continue to work with the CEO's office and the HR department in regard to really what it means to prioritize position. Our request really today is to right size our agency, but you'll see that the net annual general fund impact will be approximately $3.4 million a year. And really with that, that concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions, and I think the staff's here to help as well.
Thanks, David, and appreciated the briefing we received because it was very comprehensive, obviously, as well. Board questions, comments? Okay.
Okay.
No questions or comments?
Oh, I have a question.
Okay. I'm sorry, Jim, I didn't see your light on.
That's all right. David, these 25 position requests, is it your, if we approve these requests next week, you won't be filling them all at once. You'll be filling as the need occurs. Is that what your thinking is?
That's correct, Supervisor. We'll continue to work with HR and CEO's office to prioritize them. They are highly competitive positions as well, so I anticipate it's going to take 1.5 to 2 years to fill some of them. And what's going to happen is obviously we're watching the economy really closely as well. So should there be some more significant downturn, then we won't be filling them.
Okay. So as with all this growth that we're anticipating, you will upgrade your staff as that growth occurs. Is that the best way to say it?
I'm sorry, Supervisor, can you say that? I didn't hear you.
So as all this growth occurs,
yes, you
will upgrade your staff or add members of your staff to accommodate that growth.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
I'm not seeing any from my colleagues to the right. I had a couple. One is our responsiveness. Obviously, there's a lot of speculation on the health of our economy continuing. And so if we give authorization for these positions, but we see a downturn, you'll be able to stop in that process if need be.
That's correct.
And we can get a status report as you're going, because you already have some vacancies now.
We do have about 12 to 13% vacancies right now.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them have been harder to fill, but we're continuing to work with HR to recruit all of them. And to the extent that if the board approves these additional positions, we'll take the same approach. It's really interesting because from what we can tell, it's not stopping. I mean, I was talking about we have 47 subdivisions, but actually I think we got about 5 or 6 more in the last week. So we're not seeing a lot creation decline, and that's a good sign from the aspect of usually when you have to create the lot, you have to fulfill a lot of conditions of approval and spend the hard cost engineering work to get to there. So we're still seeing final maps going to be coming in as well. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm hopeful, but you just never know. I think none of us are great predictors of what's going to happen with these interest rates and others in the housing, especially in housing. And the other was more a question for Jane or for our other departments. So CEDRA seeing these impacts now, obviously our service departments are hit with those the needs later, and it impacts the assessor's office and other offices here in the county. And so I want to make sure as we're looking at this significant growth, because it's pretty overwhelming to the gal from Tahoe, right? Where we can barely get a hotel built after 7 years or whatever. And so I look at this amount of growth and I say to myself, I mean, my gosh, it's going to impact service delivery in many other areas of the county, and are we prepared? And is there a formula by which we look at all of this as we progress forward? So as developments are coming in, we're staffing up. I hate to always be in reactionary mode where we're disappointing people because we haven't planned. And if these are coming now, what are we doing at the other departments that can be better prepared, I guess?
Thank you, Board Chair. That's actually an excellent and very timely question. The board knows that in my interim CEDRA director capacity in April, I shared the graph that David included in his presentation, where we were essentially sounding the alarm about the rate of growth and development change that was happening in West Placer. Thanks to David and to Michelle, we brought that same presentation to our department directors in July to kind of share out what everyone needs to get ready for, because this is a very significant change for Placer it's kind of the boulder in the pond. It will continue to reverberate across the organization in different ways, but will impact certainly everyone's service delivery portfolio. In some cases, it'll be a very linear relationship. For every 1,000 dwelling units or every 1 million square feet of commercial, you need X number more of officers. It'll be incremental perhaps for support departments like clerk of the board or certainly HR as we try and bring all these folks online. There is a well-honed art and science to take a look at how do you meet the fiscal and operational service needs of growth. I had the great advantage of working for an agency that had 22 years of turbo growth, where we constantly had to get ahead of the curve and plan for, staff for, plan space needs for, on point with our last discussion with facilities, those very needs. And we are engaged with all of our departments in those discussions now. I know Daniel Chatney, who's here, is also working with departments on those very issues. It may be something you hear about at your board budget workshop as we look ahead to responsibly plan for this growth in future years.
Thanks, Jane. I know it's just somewhat overwhelming to me to think of creating these huge population centers as we're moving forward in the service demands. And the size chambers we're going to need for the board, right?
Not to mention offices.
Yeah, and lots of offices. Anyway, those are my only questions. David, excellent presentation to the whole team on and really quantifying what the demands are. I'm not seeing any other lights come on, so I'll go to the public. Is there any public comment? Jeff? Yes. I recognize all the other faces.
Good afternoon, Chair Gustafson and staff. Jeff Short with the North State Building Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We would certainly urge you to consider staff's recommendation here and budget and prepare for the needed staff to fulfill the planned growth in the unincorporated county. David shared with you the quote that we put out at our August report, and I absolutely understand where you're coming from, and the housing market has grown much more uncertain in the last 6 months. but the numbers that we track are sales numbers. And those numbers have consistently been much higher for Placer County than for the rest of the region for months now. I get weekly reports that I can't share, but I can say that I don't think we're going to see this reversed anytime soon. And I also, just in my conversations anecdotally with the builders and developers that are active in Placer, everyone is very bullish on the health of the region and the coming growth of the region. It is coming. Certainly, I think we expect as interest rates settle, I don't think they'll go back down to what they were anytime soon, but even as they settle, I think the demand in Placer County, and specifically in unincorporated Placer County, is there. And we're going to see that demand return very swiftly. So again, thank you for the opportunity, and please do everything you can to make sure that your staff is prepared for the growth that's coming. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Cindy, Jeff,
Yes.
can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
So appreciate Cindy's comment about, we're trying to right-size this thing,
Right.
and there will be troughs and peaks, and I don't think anybody, like 4 people in the world, I think, saw 2008 coming, made a lot of money and wrote a nice book.
Right.
But the rest of us have to stumble forward as best as we can. So I appreciate what you just said. My perspective is that obviously, state of California has seen the decreasing population the first time ever. There's kind of a negative image throughout the country as it relates to the state as a whole, based on a lot of things, but excessive regulation, et cetera, et cetera. But one of our insurances against that is that there are a lot of people moving here from within the state. So if you're in the state, it's easier to stay in the state. So that's going to help preserve that long-term growth. But it's a provocative economy. It's not a comfortable time in particular, and that could take 2 and 5 years to play out. So all that, my view is we're really reaping some really good benefits in the county of long-term planning that's been going on for a long, long time, probably steeped in the general plan in '94. But if you look at things like Carvana and Placer Ranch, they both, I think, were satisfied with the planning for growth we had, as well as the streamlined permitting under the conservation plan, which also adds a higher level of environmental protection in the county. But all that's by way of, it sounds like you're very comfortable, and your organization is very comfortable that over the next 2 and 10 years, we're going to continue to see a sustained, with peaks and troughs, types of growth that's comparable to the last 10 years or so, or?
Yeah, well, I definitely think you nailed it. There will always be peaks and troughs, but over the course of the next 2 to 10 years, I think we're going to see explosive growth in the unincorporated part of the county, on par with what we've seen in the city of Roseville over the last 10 years, in the coming 10 years, if I said that in a way that makes sense.
Good. Yeah.
So I absolutely, I think that if I had to, I hesitate to put a date or a number on anything, but I would say certainly before the next 2 years are up, and I'm a little more optimistic than that. I think we'll see the market return, maybe not quite. I mean, we were setting records month after month, so it's not going to be at that level, but it'll be much faster pace than it is now, just based on the indicators that we're seeing now, specifically in Placer County.
Yeah, appreciate that, and then thanks to you and to your organization for your involvement with us and being a partner as we weave our way through this stuff.
No, happy to do that. I was telling your staff on a previous issue earlier today that we may have disagreements here or there, but your staff is always very willing and make themselves very available to work with us, and we very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Any other public comment on this item? Jim's light is back on. It says Bonnie, but I know it's you.
Pardon? You know it's me?
Well, you
it's
just
Bonnie.
moved over his seat.
Oh.
That's why I didn't catch it.
Regarding the general plan update, is that something that you're going to have staff members concentrate on that, certain staff members to work on that? I mean, that's going to be a long-term.
My thinking is that we're going to have to dedicate some folks on it singularly, 1, 2, maybe more. People who are already very familiar with our general plan and the communities out there. But to extend, it's not usually, you can do half-time this and half-time that. It's not that kind of work.
Yeah.
By the time you've completed your 50 community meetings, basically at least, and you are able to develop the analysis from those communities, then you have to develop policies. Are we going to do it countywide or district-wide, or are we going to do it like neighborhood-wide? So there's a lot of thinking that goes into it, and in terms of addressing neighborhood concerns.
And how long did our last general plan update, Supervisor Wygant, take?
94.
I know it was 94, but how long did it take?
How long did it take to get to 94?
5 years.
That's what I thought. All right, thank you.
Well, we know there's lots that needs to be updated now, right, currently, so hopefully we can expedite it. Supervisor Jones.
A couple of questions, David. Thank you for your presentation. On slide 13, you refer to community plan consolidation. Just wondering if you can explain that a little bit better.
So we do have a few that are like 40-plus years old, and we're going to look at those to see if many community plans, but they're really not ever activated, then why have them? Yeah, I mean, that's so, but you do need to reaffirm by going out to the community first to see if it's still valid or not.
Okay, so would you be fine if I continue to let my subcommittee work on my Granite Bay community plan?
I think that is their own voluntary effort, right? And
Right.
you can, I mean, I think they got a head start from that standpoint. But how we want to structure something is I probably want to bring to a board some kind of technical advisory committee that the board appoints that's representative of the entire county. And should that separate committee have their own wishes, they can certainly apply to be on the board's technical advisory committee or citizens advisory committee, whatever. It might be both. And then, fold their ideas and wishes into it.
Okay, good. And then I do want to say something about the elephant in the room. We have a little more than 2 years left of the current administration, and with the way inflation has been going, there's no telling where it's going to go in the next year and a half. Do you have a contingency plan if interest rates jump to 12% and the housing market takes a little bit of a crash?
So we typically have at least a 10% vacancy rate, I think from what I've seen in terms of any jurisdiction. And so even if the board approves these, we'll be taking, as I mentioned earlier, 1.5 to 2 years to fill. And we'll work with those vacancies in terms of basically not filling them. If we see interest rates go from 6.5 to creeping up to, as you mentioned, 12, I'm sure, the economy will change itself in terms of the actual construction of the homes. What we're seeing right now is more of the lots are being created, and when they create those lots, that means they're putting infrastructure in basically concurrently, and so they're incurring debt. If they're incurring debt, they need to sell homes in order to make it work. So, I mean, if we have a 2008 again, yeah, I mean, we'll be really responsive to it, but I don't see a 2008 in terms of the mortgage crisis and that kind of situation.
Okay, good. I remember living through when we were at Fort Hood, we bought a house and got an ARM because interest rates were 16%. So been there, done that.
Thanks, Suzanne. I had one other question. I know that Supervisor Jones and myself have supported strengthening code enforcement and their activities and roles, and I saw the additional staff. I really want to support maybe coming back and talking a little more about a workshop with the board at some point on code enforcement, because I think we hear that all too often, that people get frustrated with when they're playing by the rules and they see others not. So what do we need to and what can we all agree on a direction there too? Because I know that leaves staff under previous direction from a board and now a new board and new direction, and it's can be conflicting for the staff who are faced with dealing with it. So would love to come back and talk about that in the future too.
Understood, Chair. We're shooting for a target of end of November to come back with a more comprehensive review. To the extent that we're going to want to talk about, do you want weekend code enforcement? Do you want 24/7? Do you want a whole different model that we're doing all kinds of other types of code enforcement as well? So, I mean, we're looking at other counties and cities. We're going to be looking at the city of Roseville and Rockland in terms of what they do. But just comparing models for the board's consideration.
Right. Well, I know you've been so supportive and helpful on the work on the short-term rentals. And so looking at that model, especially for these event centers and activities that seem to create repeated issues.
Yeah. And I should add, Chair, I think we're going to be looking at fines as well.
Yeah.
Because how you might want to do things like, do you want hearing officers instead of going to a commission, that kind of stuff. It might streamline things, but also in terms of the process, but in terms of you may get more complaints because we are more active.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff.
Well, it certainly seems, at least in my, short period of time up here, but a long period of time on the planet, we're not very nice to our neighbors anymore. We're not very respectful in many of our encounters. And so I don't think it's unusual for jurisdictions to be looking at this whole issue of code enforcement and treating others the way we'd want to be treated, and reminding them that some people need to go to bed earlier than others and get up earlier than others. And so what isn't a nuisance to somebody does become an impact to others. And so I think if we recall those issues, I think that's important as we look at our code enforcement and the demands being placed that we hear about, because we hear about the problems, right? We're often the ones bringing it to you. You may have heard about it, but often they come to us with those grievances with our system. Jim, you had another comment?
Yeah, one more quick
Jane?
comment. The Health and Human Services building is taking shape. Should be, when's it going to be ready? 2024? Is that the? So as you add these folks, you're going to need more space, and certainly the most logical idea would be to take that space where Health and Human Services in the upstairs there. Is that correct?
One of the things, Supervisor, is facilities management or facilities is talking to us in terms of what we can do for existing space itself first, and then what it might mean to remodel the building as well.
Okay, so that kind of, the waterfall effect is affected by that. So that's all I want to say about that.
It's a raging river. It's just somebody falls in May. Great. Jane, you had a comment?
Just a quick postscript on the code enforcement front. You may recall, and great thanks to EJ Evaldi and George Rosasco, we provided the board with a report in May of 2022 that had comparative metrics for Placer County staffing vis-a-vis other counties of our size and scale. And that's going to be really helpful in kind of gauging what are really changing service level expectations. We are evolving, as certainly David's presentation makes clear, from a suburban rural county to a county that's urbanizing in pockets, and with that comes urban service level expectations that really will drive staffing needs in code enforcement and other planning arenas.
Robert?
Yeah, so just in the context of direction from the board, I wanted to thank David for a great presentation, and Michelle, the briefing, I know the work that went into it, was thought exactly, I think, what the board needs to hear. My perspective is that whereas fortunately we're on the radar screen for being a great place to live, and that accelerates the demand, and I think we're reaping the rewards of some good work that we've done over the years. But if we don't do the implementation good, then, or do it well, we're going to get a black eye for not being able to get things done here, and that reputation is going to be tarnished. And I don't know what the right size is. I'm going to rely on the county exec's office, on our CFO to work through those numbers to make sure we do put in place the right organization in an effective, efficient manner. Appreciate working with Jeff and his organization before him over all these years, because I think the thought process, the vision we have to have is that it's not necessarily just a function of the cost. If we provide value, if we make it worth people's while throughout the whole spectrum, then there'll be value created And we'll see that in higher assessed valuations that'll result in higher tax revenues to the county, which will allow us to keep feeding that engine, and that's where we want to be. That it's going to be dynamic, and there are going to be changes and adaptive management that has to be done, but that's where we want to be. We want to be on that foundation. Then last, I'll just add to the code enforcement thing. We are in businesses now that we weren't in the county when I first came here. Things like our rural wineries and the nano breweries and other traditional code enforcement types of issues, and a change in attitude by some of our citizens, for better and worse. And we need a different model there. We also have a right to farm ordinance, and Bonnie, who's not here, did a great job of envisioning the need to have this town hall meeting that we're participating in about a week. And it's the result of having conversations with people who live in places like West Roseville, adjacent to actively farmed, commercial-sized operations that include things like crop dusting and tractors early in the morning. And our ag commissioner does a great job, I think, of trying to create world peace when people do get complaints, and to the extent that those urban neighbors understand what we're trying to do and the importance of agriculture to them, there's, again, it's going to be a much more constructive outcome, but it's different, and we need more resources there to make sure that we can respond effectively and efficiently. So again, thanks to everyone for all the good work that's gone into this, and look forward to some good outcomes.
Well, it's true of anything. The longer we talk, the more the public weighs in. We have 2 more public comments, I guess.
Randy, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, Randy Dodge from Granite Bay. I just want to agree with the code compliance concerns. For the last few years, there has been a lot of issues with code compliance, specifically with that department being able to not only stay on top of the various workload, but also just having good communications. I feel like adding 4 people to that would probably not be enough. It may be enough to solve our problem right now, but my guess is with the extensive growth that's happening in the county, that's not going to be sufficient. My other concern, of course, is efficiency. A lot of times these problems take months and months and months to resolve, sometimes as much as a year, and they should be solved in a much quicker fashion. And my third concern really is just being able to improve communication. Sometimes you just can't get a hold of anyone. So when I look at those reports that say you've got 200 cases, that's probably because people give up and don't bother calling in anymore. I could see that easily going to 300 if you had a well-structured and organized department. So thank you for looking at that. I do appreciate that, and hopefully we can look at that a little bit further in November.
Thank you.
Caller, please unmute your mic, give your name, and go ahead and give your comments.
Hi, this is Mike Garabedian. Am I coming through on the phone?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Yes, I was watching the broadcast and it just dropped about 4 or 5 minutes ago, so glad I reached you. The citizens of Placer County are conservative and expect the county to be conservative, including in its expenditures and to live within its means. The idea, we have new developments coming in line, 4 or 5. The idea of getting in line shouldn't be ruled out, with the idea of using what we have as it's appropriate. I understand there are a lot of wrinkles that affect that, different factors that have been discussed, including bonding. I mean, it may not be, in a situation like Placer County's in, it may not be responsible to be seeking bonding from CMFA or other sources if there's this crisis in staffing. The Building Industry Association, of course, always interested in their views, and they represent a legitimate need and so forth for all of us. But I do want to comment that the recent Sunday editions of the Bee indicate that the Placer County starts have dropped radically. October 2nd, there were 43 for 5.5 column inches in that Sunday part of the paper, the Bee. Last Sunday, there were 96 for for 1 column inches, which is about 19 inches. These are major drops. So we know there's a major slowdown now, and I think that really needs to be taken into condition as a critical factor, really. Now, the thing that everybody here is doing, the building industry, the board, you are building houses for people that are going to be living in a transportation nightmare. That was just what was proved and discussed in the 2016. At that time, when 110,000 pending units were identified, and the one since then, there is no plan to address what to do about the traffic situation. Expanding 65, building Placer Parkway is not going to relieve things. It's only going to make it worse. So the absence of future viewing for people who buy your homes from builders and developers, and what you are like, maybe you are not expecting to be around when people realize they have come to live in a nightmare. There's no way that the plans made 20, 30 years ago for the highway expansion are adequate. You know, there is a limit that you are ignoring in that factor. And the destruction by the Placer Conservation Authority, the rampant destruction of the whole center of the PCCP area, is probably illegal, because the California Natural Community Conservation Plan requires landscape level ecosystem protection. And the PCA, the authority, is busy wiping it out as fast as it can. So I think you have to bring these other factors.
Mr. Garabedian,
Yes,
can you wrap up your comments?
Hello?
Yes, can you wrap
Yes,
up your comments?
Well, you're not letting me wrap up. May I?
Well, the timer went off
I would
of you.
just say-
I did give you an additional 30 seconds, so I'm just asking you to conclude.
Well, I'm glad that somebody here from the public is listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garabedian. Okay, any other public comments?
There is none.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Any other board comments? Okay, thank you for the update. Thanks for putting all of this information together and all being here. I know that it's a stressful time for the department. I can feel the workload on all of you. I think we all see that and appreciate the efforts you're making.
Thank you, Chair and Board. Do we need to take any action on today?
Doesn't ask for action.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you. Supervisors meeting for today. Thank you.